Right. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to not so sunny Blackpool, but at least it's warm. And it's a warm welcome to all the delegates, observers, friends, fraternal friends from Scotland, Northern Ireland and the Garda. And also to anybody at home who is watching us online. You're all most welcome. I think we had, and to a special welcome to our friends from Wales, Bore da. Bore da. Been practicing. Good night last night. I know that the toaster at the starter was a bit chewy. It tested the dentures, didn't it? But other than that, I think it went quite well, apart from me throwing presents about, but that's the way it is. Anyway, it is a busy day today, so we'll get on with it. Introduce the platform. In case you don't know, I'm Richard Critchley, I'm the President. To my right is Kate Rowley, who is the Vice President, and to my left, Alan Lees, the Chief Executive Officer. We'll just go through the housekeeping first. In case of a fire, which isn't expected, or an untoward incident, as it is said in the thing, they will inform the police. With the fire, I think they might also tell the fire brigade. And then there will be a decision to evacuate or not. If we evacuate, the emergency exit signs are clearly made. Exit the building the way you came in. If you came in at the proper entrance at the side, turn left, top of the hill, and we assemble at St John's Church, in front of St John's Church. Say thank you, first of all, to the stewards on the doors and the stewards downstairs, kindly provided by the members of the Blackpool branch of NARPO, and we're most grateful to you for your time and help. Thank you. The NEC liaison officer with the stewards is Ahmed Ramiz, who I think is still probably downstairs. But Ahmed, if you have any notices or anybody, it's their last conference and you want an announcement from the platform later, please see Ahmed by lunchtime so that we can bring them all together. Those with hearing aid, there is a hearing loop in operation throughout this area. So if you put your hearing aid to T, you'll get a better reception. And all the delegates, you should now have been given your palmlets. So the first thing we will do is test, see A, if the palmlets work, and then B, whether you work. So it's a two-pronged approach, so let's see. I think we have a test question. Hopefully. Where is it? Right. Do you use the NARPO website, www.narpo.org? Yes, no. I don't know how you abstain, but yes, no, or abstain, A, B, or C. Would you vote now by pressing the appropriate button, please? Have we all voted? Yes, right. We'll get the result. %, yes. You're all excellent. Excellent people. No applause, please. Right. Are we just having the one test, I think? Yeah, just the one. Right, fine. So, getting to the business. The first thing is, if we could adopt standing orders, please. It's on pages 32 and 33 of your annual report. Do we adopt standing orders? Yes, agreed, thank you. Also adopt the conference agenda. There is one amendment, those who were there last night. David Wilbraham is shown just before lunch. David has had to go off to Cardiff this morning. National Police Memorial Day, St David's Hall informed us yesterday that it will not be available because they have this funny concrete in it and they've cancelled. So he's gone down to Cardiff to try and find some other suitable venue or venues for us to hold National Police Memorial Day. And we'll know more about that as he reports back. Probably not today, but whenever. This point, I'd also like to say, for all the arrangements for conference, for all the literature, and for the meal last night, and getting this place ready, special thanks to both Kate, to Angela Calvert, and to Sophie. Sophie is somewhere, I think, in the room. She's waving at the back. Thank you, Sophie. Scrutineers, we'll note the scrutineers. Scrutineers are, as on page 13 of your agenda. From the Northwest, Julian Dearden, who is also the chair of the scrutineers. From the Northeast, Dale Petty. From the Midlands, Roy Marrett. From Eastern, Sean Murphy. From the Southeast, unfortunately, Les Stillwell isn't here, and we understand he may be ill, so if so, we send him our very best wishes for a speedy recovery. Colin Moules has kindly agreed or been coerced into replacing. From number 6 region, Southwest, Cavan Maroney. From Wales, Philip Taylor. And from London, Philip Rule. Thank you for volunteering to carry out that important task. The liaison with the scrutineers is the NEC member Nick Burrows, who is waving over there at the NEC. The NEC members are sitting there. So if you want to, that's where they are. You'll see in the agenda that earlier this year I wrote to the King. The letter published in the report has the wrong date on it, but the letter that was sent did have the right day on it, I am assured. And we have a response. First of all, I have a response from the head of Royal Correspondence. I've been asked to thank you for your kind letter containing a message of loyal greetings to the King. This has been shown to His Majesty, and I have pleasure in enclosing his reply. Please convey my warmest thanks to the President, National Executive Committee, and members of the National Association of Retired Police Officers for their loyal greetings sent on the occasion of their annual conference, which is being held today in Blackpool. I much appreciate your thoughtfulness in writing as you did. In return, I send my warmest good wishes to all those who are present for a memorable and successful event. Charles R., 8th September 2023. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, if you will, in a moment, rise, and we can have a minute's silent remembrance for all friends, colleagues, family we've lost. But also, would you, in your thoughts, consider a special thought for the family of Sergeant Graham Saville, who died last week after rescuing a distressed man from the railway line, but ended up sustaining fatal injuries himself. Thank you. Thank you. Right, can we now introduce the members of the National Executive, which are shown on page 27 of the report? I think we have some slides. First of all, from number 1 region, Kate Rowley, QPM, and Robin Michaelides. Number 2 region is, dodgy fella this, it's me, Richard Critchley and Bob Watson. Number 3 region, David Jeans and Mark Judson. Number 4 region, Bob Mabbott and Brian Burdess. Number 5 region, Ahmed Ramiz and Richard Bird. Number 6 region, Brian Haley and Alan Orchard. Now, both Brian and Alan are unable to be with us at conference this year. They're both receiving surgery for knees, limbs, hips, back, and anything else. So we wish them a speedy recovery and back to work with the National Executive. Number 7 region, Sandra Evans, BSc Honours, and Richard Jones. And number 8 region, London, is Nick Burrows and Phil Van Tromp. Thank you. I've just been passed a piece of paper. Sorry? Oh, right. I'm reminded that the next slide is the staff. The staff are Alan Lees, Julia, I can't see it myself, Julia Mullen, Angela Calvert, of course, who many of you know, certainly most secretaries will know Angela, Jan Standen, Sophie Maxwell-Clayton, who is our marketing manager, who is again at the back. Give us a wave again, Sophie. Well done. Claire Claire Marsden East and Kate Pollington. I only know them by first name, so I'm learning something myself. But these are our wonderful staff at headquarters. Not many staff, not all of them full-time, and supporting 93,000 members. I think they deserve a round of applause. Right, the important piece of paper I was passed are the number of delegates who have registered is 276. So we are well quorate. Right, the agenda is very full, as much of today's business is carried over from last year. So without delay, I will move on. It's the President's address. Right, it is now 2 years since I had the honour and privilege of being elected as your President. However, this is my first opportunity to address our conference. On election, I committed that we will deal with the past, but look to the future. And this has been very much our driving force over the last 2 years. Let's look at that. The past is important. It reminds us of where we've come from and why the association was originally formed. It reminds us of our core functions, which are to safeguard the rights of members and promote measures for their welfare, with particular regard to pensions. Over the past 104 years, our organisation has undergone significant change in size, shape, and the service we give. And it must be so. For any organisation that fails to adapt to the current times and needs of its members, stagnates, and finally loses support and ceases to exist. It's also important to acknowledge that these are challenging times for all our members, both new and old. Our predecessors understood this, and that is why NARPO is so successful, and we certainly have a lot to be proud of. So while it's important to learn from the past, we must not dwell on it, but instead let us focus on the present and the future. Now, I strongly oppose change for change's sake. Most of us witnessed this in the police service during the 80s and 90s with some very unfortunate results. But I do support change that enhances our organisation and the service we provide to our members. It's important to prepare the association for our future needs. Neglecting that would be a serious dereliction of duty. Just a few months ago, a former General Secretary, which was the former title of the Chief Executive, the former Secretary David Bloxham died. David was a former Birmingham City and West Midlands police officer, and he was appointed to the role in NARPO on his retirement in 1992. He had by then moved with his wife to live in Wakefield. And one of his first achievements was to persuade the local chief constable to provide him with a tiny back room at headquarters from which to conduct business, and believe me, it was tiny. Get him a desk, and that was it, it was full. But prior to this, secretaries, NARPO secretaries, worked from their home, be it a bedroom or a garage, and NARPO did not have a fixed base. It moved around with whoever happened to be secretary. So one of David's first initiatives was to produce a quarterly national newsletter, NARPO News, which he then updated to a full-colour magazine, and which has now, over the years, improved, and it is the wonderful product that we produce today. But after extensive efforts and negotiations, David went on and successfully convinced the national executive of the importance of having a dedicated headquarters. As a result, NARPO House was acquired and officially inaugurated in February 1999. Now that sounds what it is, but the most significant advantage of this acquisition was our ability to hire staff that now provide support to our members, and we have developed the benefits from that. Immediately following this, he went on and arranged to set up a computer system for NARPO, and that was in the face of much opposition at the time, but it was to create a national membership database, Super Sleuth 2 as it has now become. So why is this important? Well, his foresight and determination in the face of opposition not only ensured our readiness for the challenges of the 21st century, but also resulted in a substantial growth in membership. It's something like 40% higher than it was at the turn of the century. These are things we now take for granted. So what of the future? I think it's true, generally speaking, we as individuals do not like change. We feel safe in what we know and can be suspicious of anything new and unfamiliar. Take technology, which changes these days at lightning speeds, and certainly it leaves me behind. I know some of you are very tech savvy, but equally some of us find it just a little bit more difficult to adapt, although we do in time. We're never going to be the most modern or innovative organization, but neither should we be still living in the past. Progress was severely constrained leading up to and during the COVID restrictions, but as soon as they were lifted, we took the opportunity to move forward, to examine and look at how we could operate better as the NEC, how the NEC functions, how all the constituent parties, branches, members, external partners operate and interact with each other. We clearly needed professional advice to fully understand what our roles and responsibilities should be and look to bring them up to date. And so, to that end, the NEC held 2 full days with our advisors, one in November 2021 and one in January the following year. This was to examine and assess how we could better interact and do business. And I'm grateful to Bernard Seymour and Suzanne Lurie, our legal and human resources advisors, who steered us through that journey and developed the processes that we followed. This was challenging, but extremely useful. It was crucial that we avoided that potential trap of merely looking internally or creating additional administrative systems that would require more servicing. Instead, we directed our attention outwards towards offering greater support and representation of and for older people, our members. Let's not forget, many of our members, and certainly potential members, are not quite as old as some of us. They are younger, and they too have needs that we must address. At the end of these sessions, the NEC reached a consensus on the course of action, subsequently ratified those decisions at NEC meetings, and all the decisions made have now since been successfully implemented. We created strategic plans that direct and monitor our work. Our agreed long-term strategies are welfare, pensions, membership, core functions of NARPO. Our current short-term strategies also concern IT, the website, support, training, incredibly important training, and the NARPO estate. The progress and outcomes of these strategies, alongside all our other works, are regularly reported back to the NAC to ensure compliance. We must not lose sight of the fact that we all have a serious responsibility for our members and the association. For my part, the association itself must and does take precedence over all my other considerations to ensure its continued existence and success on behalf of the members today and in the future. Another significant initiative that took place 2 years ago, immediately after our conference in Llandudno, led to a fully independent review of the NARPO office staff roles and functions. I'm pleased to say that we have a relatively small workforce that is nevertheless dedicated, hard-working, and extremely productive. And that brings me neatly to Alan Lees, our Chief Executive Officer, and his staff, which give us such staunch and valuable support. For more than 2 years now, he has been carrying the role and responsibility of his position with total commitment. He's done an incredible job on our behalf and on behalf of the members. I've seen Alan's work ethos and abilities at close quarters, and I know we are in a very safe pair of hands. He's personable, influential, knowledgeable, highly respected, and possesses exceptional skills that give him the ability to perform at the very highest level. I know him to be completely trustworthy, reliable, and supportive. Alan, I thank you. Equally important, though, are the other members who work together as a team, supporting each other. Angela Calvert. Angela is our longest-serving member, more than 20 years. She's loyal, a member of the HQ team. Angie looks after IT issues, including the Super Sleuth and communication system. And I know she spends a lot of time helping, especially new branch secretaries, to be able to use the equipment. She also has an important administrative responsibility, including making many of the arrangements for courses and conference. Many of you, and especially branch secretaries, will have had regular contact with her and appreciate her help and goodwill. Sophie Maxwell-Clayton, our newly created marketing manager, has only been with us for less than 2 years. Already, her impressive workload and abilities are reaping benefits in areas of finance, sponsorship, recruitment, producing NARPO news and important information updates for members, whilst also giving the support to the conference and training coordinators. I note that NARPO website itself is now on its knees, and many will have found it incredibly slow and difficult. But Angie and Sophie have been working together on a new, much improved, and the NEC had a demonstration of this only yesterday, a new website which is hoped to go live later this month. Kate Pollington, our new accounts administrator, relatively recent member. She settled into the role admirably, works well managing our finances day to day, and with an excellent supporting relationship with our accountants. And of course, not forgetting Julia Mullen, Claire Marsden-Eastman, and Jan Standen, business support and administrative assistants, who are generally the first people you or members speak to when contacting NARPO House. Of course, they've much more to do than just answering phones. They do the day-to-day, keep administration under control. And callers always receive a warm, friendly reception and assistance from these and all the other ever-helpful staff members. The current members of the NEC have now served for the last 4 years, and I'm pleased and encouraged that the same members have been re-elected for at least another year. This itself gives stability. It ensures that we can continue to complete the work we started, to put NARPO on a sound footing for the future. It also confirms in my mind, you, the delegates here today, must have the necessary confidence in your members that you have elected to represent your members in your regions. Now, unfortunately, and from time to time, I do receive comments from individuals, just a few, but they say they do not trust the NEC. They don't give reasons and can't explain this lack of trust, but they join the small band who frequently express dissatisfaction or spread rumours and false information. And this is unacceptable, really. Informed, constructive criticism, as opposed to attack, is not only welcome, it's also essential. And we do really mean that. I again remind, though, the critics that we, the NEC members, are all elected by you, the leaders of the branches in the 8 regions. So comments I have heard such as, well, our members are good, it's the others, are not only misplaced, but think about it, they're insulting to the electors in the other regions who've elected all the members of the NEC. I've known them all personally now for at least 4 years, some for much longer than that. And I will say, without hesitation, they're trustworthy, committed, hardworking, and like you, give their time for the benefit of others to make NARPO the highly respected and wonderful organisation that it is today. So moving on, I am really grateful for the numerous invitations I've received over the past 2 years to speak at regional meetings, branch meetings, as well as opportunities to participate in training courses and seminars. This gives me an opportunity not only to update members in different parts of the country, but also to listen and learn, and when necessary, explain issues and background decisions to give everyone a better understanding. And I've always been very warmly welcomed at these meetings. I enjoy chatting with a wider cross-section of members and appreciate the many kind remarks I've subsequently received. So now, just some of the highlights of the many initiatives we are doing and have done during the past 2 years, all of which have been widely circulated to branches. A written review of the years contained on the pages 5 to 7 of your annual report, and this will be introduced this afternoon by the Chief Executive. Following our conference 2 years ago, we visited Flint House, the police rehabilitation centre in the south, where we were very warmly welcomed. At that time, retired members were not members of Flint House, but as a result of our meetings, an agreement was made to allow our members to benefit from the admirable services provided there at Flint House. And additionally, they honoured us by, we received an invitation from a member of the NEC to join the management committee as a trustee. Now, the scheme went live on the 1st of July last year, and it has been, I'm sure Flint House, who you will hear from later, it's been a tremendous success, both for our members and for Flint House. You will also hear later in a presentation which follows my diatribe, I suppose, the Chief Executive of the Police Treatment Centre in the North. Listen to them, they all provide superb service, not only for our members, but for serving officers. We give both charities our support for the wonderful work, which is of great benefit to us all. Two charities that we're also very proud to support are the Police Remembrance Trust and the National Police Memorial at the Arboretum. Earlier this year, the former Police Roll of Honour and National Police Memorial Trust amalgamated to become the Remembrance Trust, and that was one of the last official duties that David Wilbraham performed. The Trust has on record details of almost 5,000 United Kingdom police officers who've lost their lives on and in the line of duty. And these records will form the basis of a digital remembrance that is being planned and we are raising money for the memorial. And please visit the memorial at the Arboretum in Olrewes, Staffordshire, and if your branch can afford, send some donations to make this happen sooner rather than later. The Trust will also continue to arrange the National Police Memorial Days, which this year we hope will be held in Cardiff, but there will certainly be a memorial. The Arboretum in Olrewes is most inspiring, prominently situated in that beautiful, serene place. And as I said, I encourage you to visit. All the police memorials to our former colleagues who gave their lives in public service are carefully tended and preserved, and I'm most proud and honoured to serve as a trustee on both charities on behalf of NARPO. You recall the Widows and Widowers Pension for Life. This is another important issue. You'll be aware that a widow or widower who remarries or cohabits stands to lose their pension. Lobbying targeting the support of MPs who personally indicated their support for our campaign, but that was failing to achieve success. So eventually it led us with the Police Federation to take the matter to court. Fortunately, we lost the case and we also lost the appeal. But I am, however, grateful to our members who allowed themselves to be the named parties in both actions. This is not the end, and we are continuing the fight for justice, but I'm afraid the legal route has come to a close. Other matters that roll on interminably. The anything but independent Office for Police Conduct inquiry into Hillsborough. Having failed to produce any evidence sufficient to satisfy in any way a court or tribunal, they are now planning to publish a report 34 years or more after the event to name around 2,000 officers directly or indirectly involved in the incident or subsequent inquiry. Letters have already started being delivered to anyone who they may name in this report. Is there no end to their persecution of elderly men and women to enable them, the IOPC, to claim some small victory and try to justify the enormous expense they've incurred? I know that the local branches in South Yorkshire and in the Midlands have and are giving tremendous welfare support and assistance to their members in the true spirit of our objectives and ethos. We've continued working closely with our other parties in later life ambitions, which includes the Civil Service Pensioners Alliance and the National Federation of Occupational Pensioners. Together with Connect, our parliamentary advisors, who you'll hear from later today, we are actively pursuing the rights of older people. And this November, we will jointly be presenting our Pensioners Manifesto to MPs in the House of Commons. And the main demands of the manifesto include the appointment of an independent commissioner for older people and ageing, a national social care service, maintenance of the state pension, triple lock, and increased finance to support housing and transport provisions. You will hear more from Connect, as I've said this afternoon. And as you should be aware, we've been actively pursuing the proposed police covenant, meeting a wide variety of influences from police, government and others. But there's still little to report. There have been announcements, but precious little progress. Finance, of course, is the main stumbling block. But we have achieved one major success. Alan and I met with both the Shadow Home Secretary and the then current Police Minister. That second meeting resulted in a request to meet with up to 16 recently retired officers to get a better understanding of their experience leaving the service, and this we arranged. That directly resulted in our members will be included in the provisions of the Covenant whenever it is launched. Training members of branches is an important priority for the NEC to inform and give you greater confidence in your work. And with this in mind, we redesigned the courses for welfare under the leadership of the training coordinator, Bill Haley. And it's encouraging to note that now almost all branches have appointed at least one welfare representative. Under Bill's direction, many more important subjects for courses have been devised and arranged for your benefit. Year on year, the responsibilities and demands on branches and the centre increase. Therefore, it is crucial we offer the necessary training to ensure you're capable and confident in meeting the needs of the members. And this brings me now, you'll be pleased to hear, to the end of the allotted time for my speech. But not quite. I've referred earlier to the members of the NEC. I now take this opportunity to personally thank them for their continuing support commitment. We have many interesting debates with divergent points of view. We're then able to reach agreed resolutions. I also wish to say a special thanks and gratitude to Kate Rowley, the Vice President, for her support, unswerving loyalty, commitment, and downright hard work. She, with Alan, our CEO, have given me the necessary support, advice, and guidance, even encouragement to succeed. So in conclusion, I must now address the most important part of the association. You, ladies and gentlemen. The volunteers in branches, the chairpersons, secretaries, committee members, welfare representatives. May I offer my personal congratulations to all those in branches whose distinguished service to NARPO has been properly recognised by their branch by having them granted the NARPO's highest honour, life membership. But to all of you who day to day provide the frontline service to our members, without whom the association wouldn't be here, it would fail. Wherever you do, whatever you do, wherever you go, you are ambassadors for NARPO. And we should all be proud of what you do for NARPO and for what NARPO has done for you and achieves. Make no mistake, you are the backbone of NARPO. And to you I say a very sincere thank you. Right, thank you, ladies and gents. We now move on to the next item of the agenda. That is to introduce the presentation. Could I ask the 4 speakers to come and join us on the platform, please? The presentation is on welfare and wider issues. A selection of speakers to give an overview of advisors, service providers, and practitioners. There we are. So Eddie, if you're ready, we'll get straight down to business. Our first speaker is Eddie McGrath. Eddie is the Secretary of the Merseyside branch, and he will tell you how they, as one branch, deal with the welfare issues in their area. Thank you, Eddie.
Brings back some memories, doesn't it? Memories are made of this, and that's, as you can see on the slide, where we're going with this particular presentation. Let me introduce myself. I'm Eddie McGrath. I'm the Secretary of NARPO Merseyside, and that is a photograph of a good-looking, young, 16-year-old police cadet in Bootle Borough Police. And the year was 1965. So what we're going to do is just tell you how we do it on Merseyside and what we try to achieve. So before I carry on, let me just emphasise that there is no right or wrong. These are merely suggestions which you can take on board if you wish, and you can adapt accordingly according to the resources of your particular branches. So Merseyside NARPO, let's just see how many members we've got. As you can see, we are not a small branch. We have plenty of members, particularly full members and widows. And that is the total, well in excess of 3,000. So our main concern is with the over 80s, people who have achieved the age of 80. Each committee member, and there are currently 24, 25, is allocated a number of these persons over 80 to look after. In fact, everyone in our committee is a welfare officer. So they allocated them, and the usual allocation, if you divide 585 by 25, you'll get it. But it's usually about 20, 25 per person. Including everybody, chair, myself, my assistant secretaries, and so on and so forth. All welfare concerns and all welfare updates are entered on the Merseyside NARPO database. And the assistant secretary who sat there monitors this and make sure that each and every member has indeed been in touch with their committee members or their over 80 members. But people in general are living longer, that's obvious. Well, what we do, we keep in touch and we make them feel part of the police family and particularly part of the NARPO family. Members over 75 years, they all get a Christmas card. Members over 80, they get birthday cards. And with the database I mentioned earlier, tells us when these ages are coming up. And recently I just ordered 1,000 Christmas cards to go out on the 1st of December. So what does the database contain? It has full details of the member. Who is allocated to them, which committee member is allocated to them. So they all know which committee member is allocated to them. We record the history of any welfare. And most importantly, I find in my job, is that we have full details of our next of kin. Because without that, secretaries can be chasing their tail, basically. Scams. We make them aware of scams. We all know that there are scam calls, and we give advice on what to do if there's a suspected spam call. If there's a change in their contact on the committee, for example, someone steps down from the committee and is replaced, we keep the over 80 informed. We make them aware of online scams, and particularly we do that in the newsletter. We give them advice on passwords and PINs, personal identification numbers. I bet that a lot of you have got that number as your PIN. Easy to remember? Yeah. But the panacea for all this, of course, is this young lady with her air horn. So when they get a fake call, one of these cold calls, she's going to pick it up and let them have it good style. So when we do suffer a bereavement, sadly, I liaise with the family. I tell all the police parties, I do everything police-wise. We tell XPS, who are our pension providers, Merseyside Police, and NARPO headquarters. They have the option of the drape and or headgear at any funeral. And every next of kin receives a bereavement card from NARPO Merseyside. They also receive a letter from our Chief Constable, Serena Kennedy, with whom our relationship since her appointment has blossomed, and she regards NARPO very highly. When there's a widow or widower, we invite them to join, as a matter of course, as a widower member. One of our committee attends whenever possible, and in the majority of cases, attends the funeral. And of course, we have an obituary section in our newsletter, and we circulate it by bulk email. And everyone turns to the back page of the newsletter first to see who's dead. And if need be, we signpost these people to any agencies, Police Care, North West Police Benevolent Fund, so on and so forth. Welfare visits. Welfare matters are conducted in the strictest of confidence, and any branch member who is in need of assistance will be visited by a committee member. In the case of over 80s, preferably the person responsible for them. We've given them license to provide a gift to the value of £50 to any member requiring welfare, a bunch of flowers, bottle of scotch, whatever. And then they fill in a report form. It's completed by the person who visits them and then filed by me. And we keep continuous monitoring via the database. If anyone is lucky enough to get to 100, and there's one example there, we have a special recognition. We have a gift for them. And we also ensure that a senior police officer from Merseyside Police and the chairman stroke secretary of Merseyside NARPO attend. As you can see there, the former Chief Constable Andy Cook was there with the former chairperson of NARPO Merseyside, Malcolm Parry. I can't emphasise the need for welfare strongly enough. It's one of the things that we shouldn't take for granted. We should be proactive. If you've got any new ideas, don't be afraid to pass them on, circulate them, pass them round, because new ideas are always welcome. Anything we can do. And of course, I know you say, oh, Merseyside, 3,300, you must have a few bob in the bank. Yeah, we have. But they still won't let me go on a cruise. But you do as much as your branch funds will allow. Thanks for your attention. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. If you did, I'm Eddie McGrath. And if you didn't, I'm Alan Lees. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Eddie. I can confirm you are Eddie. That was brilliant. Thank you so much. Our next speaker, Mrs. Helen Blackshaw, who speak on behalf of Police Mutual. Thank you, Helen.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you to NARPO for inviting me to come along today to talk to you all. So morning, everybody. How are we all? Good? Brilliant. Some of you know me already. Some of you will have met me many times over the past 30 plus years that I've worked for Police Mutual. But for those of you that don't know me, I'm Helen Blackshaw, and I'm Police Mutual's Wellbeing Manager. So I'm here this morning to talk to you about Police Mutual, the Police Mutual Foundation, and I'm going to touch a little bit on self-care as well, which is something I'm quite passionate about. So from the earliest beginnings of our organisation, which is over 150, nearly 160 years ago now, when police officers came together to help the family of a fallen colleague, our purpose has been clear. We exist to improve the lives of those in the police family. And we do this through helping them to make better choices today and better plans for tomorrow. Police Mutual continues to have the same purpose today, to improve the lives of you and your family. We offer a range of products and services, specially designed for the police family. And we are committed to providing wellbeing services to officers and staff across the whole of the UK. Did you actually know that we offer all these products and services? Yeah, some of you did. Some of you may have seen new things on there. But today I'm not going to be talking to you about products. Obviously we've got a stand downstairs, so if you did want to talk to us about anything that's on this slide, please come and see us later. But today I'm going to be focusing on those wellbeing services that we offer. Again, you may not know who we offer services to. It's the whole of the police family, whether you're a serving officer, a retired officer, a member of police staff, PCSO, a special constable, as well as all of your family members. And it's not just immediate family. It does include nephews, nieces, even the in-laws. But what do we do specifically for the retired community and your families? I'm going to go through each of the services in turn. So one of the things you may know about already is our respite programme. And this is for retirees available to help those caring for a loved one who's living with dementia. It allows them time to take some time away from their everyday life and the responsibilities that that caring role brings. We've been offering this service since 2016, and it's quite a simple process to nominate people. I know some people in this room have nominated somebody in the past, so you may know this already, but the nominations can be completed by NARPO branch chairs, secretaries and welfare representatives. These nominations come into me and we review them with our panel each month. Once accepted, the couple can decide when and where they'd like to go on their break. Once they've made those decisions, we book the break on their behalf, so it's very simple for them. And we receive some really great feedback from those that have been on those breaks. It gives the carer some time to relax. It gives them time to talk to other carers, to know that they're not alone. It also creates great memories for them and their partner. And even though the person with dementia may not remember everything, they do enjoy it during that time when they are away. Okay, the next service I wanted to share with you is our Careline service, which is provided by a company called Health Assured. And they will provide advice and information at the end of a phone, helping with a range of concerns, including coping with bereavement, serious physical or mental health problems, long-term elderly care matters, legal queries, and relationship problems. All the advisors are qualified, accredited, and experienced in their specific specialism. They treat all callers with compassion, sensitivity, and in complete confidence. They also have an e-portal and an app available, providing general wellbeing information, as well as a live advisor chat service. The app has got many functions, and if you haven't done so already, I would suggest that you download that. All the information can be seen on this slide, and they provide this service 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Okay, so next is our debt advice service. We work with a company called PayPlan to provide this free debt advice to members of the police family. PayPlan are actually the UK's largest provider of free debt advice, and they can advise on a range of debt solutions suited to each person's circumstances to help them manage their debt. Their website as well has a lot of useful information, providing details of all sorts of subjects, but specifically at the moment helping people with the cost of living crisis and those pressures that is given to many people at the moment. As well as these services, we also produce wellbeing guides, linking mainly to key notable awareness dates, focusing on topics across the 4 pillars of wellbeing, that is physical, mental, financial and social, to help you all look after your health and well-being and to stay happy and healthy. These guides could be useful to yourselves, they could be useful to your family members, or when talking to other members. They include a variety of subjects, including dementia, sleep, financial well-being and loneliness, just to name a few. They can be found on Police Mutual's website and also on the NARPO website as well, and they are on PDF version, so you can print them off if you needed to, if somebody hasn't got access to online facilities. We also produce wellbeing articles in all editions of NARPO News, so I'm sure you will have read those over the years. So that was everything I wanted to cover from a wellbeing services perspective, but I just wanted to touch on your own well-being, your mental health. Most of us think about our physical health, but we don't always think about our mental health and our own well-being. Supporting and looking after other people, which I'm sure you all do, can be very stressful and emotionally draining at times. And it's really important for you to not underestimate that effect can have on you and on your own well-being, and to make sure that you look and take care of your own health. Being healthy is not only important to you, but it's also really important to all the people that you support. Just remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. When we all get on a plane to go on holiday, what's the first thing that the steward says to you? Put your own face mask on before helping others. And it's the same when it comes to well-being. You need to look after yourself in order to be available to look after others. What do you all do to look after your mental well-being? Does anybody like to share what they do? Come on, don't be shy. Long walks, brilliant, thank you. Anyone else? Gardening, yeah, brilliant. Any others? Say that again. Sport, yeah. Fantastic. You'll be pleased to know that all of those things are on the list. So well done. So when it comes to self-care, we all have our own preferences. And the most common way to look after ourselves, you can see on this slide, talking is one of the top ones. Talking to each other, talking to friends, talking to family, or even a professional. Making sure you get enough rest. It's recommended that you get 7 to 9 hours sleep of night. Did anybody do that last night? No, I didn't think so. You might do tonight. Nutrition, making sure you're having a well-balanced diet. Drinking plenty of water, but not many of you did that last night either. Exercise has been mentioned. It's really important to look after yourself physically, but I don't think everybody realises that the knock-on effect to your mental health as well. And that doesn't mean you've got to go down the gym pumping weights every day. It can be a short walk, it can be pottering in the garden, or going to a class and enjoying yoga and being in the moment. Lots of ways that you can be physically active without pumping iron. Spending time in nature has been proved to be a great for our overall well-being. Doing activities you enjoy, and some of these things could be exercise, they could be gardening, but there could also be things like reading, sewing, playing badminton, having a bath, walking the dog. It doesn't have to be anything big, it's just spending time looking after yourself. Meditation or mindfulness. Not everybody likes that. They think it's a bit, oh, I can't do that. I've got to sit there for an hour, calm. That's not the case. Mindfulness is just about being in the moment. So if you go for a short walk, and you're listening to the bird song or enjoying time with some peace and quiet, that is mindfulness. And it's just taking a little bit of time out for yourselves. But also spending time with others, socialising, talking to each other, and listening to music. That's another one. I'm sure you've all heard of the term change the mood, change the music. If you can combine a few of those things together as well, it's even better. So, for example, if you go for a walk with friends, go to yoga with friends, listen to some music or an audible book while you're walking, that's even better. And you might want to spend some time, because like I say at the beginning, we've all got our own preference when it comes to self-care. We're all different. And you might have to try some things to see what works for you and helps with your stress level. So write that support list, and then it's there for you to go back to if you need to. Okay. It may be that you actually want to do a bit more activity when it comes to self-care. You can do a regular check-in, regular self-care check-in. And it could just be something as simple at the end of each day or at the start of each day or whatever works for you. You give yourself a scale of how you're feeling on that day, 1 to 5. Keep a record of it. If you're getting a low number, 1 to 2, you might be thinking, well, why? Why am I feeling this low? What can I do to improve how I'm feeling? And you can use that support list. You can also keep track then as well. You can see if there's any trends and any reason why you're having some low patches. You might also want to try some, this doesn't work for everybody, everybody's different like I say, but some people like positive quotes or affirmations. You can actually get calendars where each day you can read a new one. Or just talking to each other at the end of the day and saying, what am I grateful for today? What went well today? What would have preferred to have gone better? So thank you for listening. I hope you found that informative and interesting. I'll leave the questions for later, but if you do have anything you want to talk to me about on a one-to-one level, I'll be on the Police Mutual stand today, but I've also put my contact details on this slide, and please email me with any queries that you've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. I'm sure we've all learned much more of some of the services provided by Police Mutual. Very pleased to introduce our next speaker, Colonel Patrick Cairns, who is the Chief Executive of both the treatment centres at Harrogate and at Octorada. Patrick.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. I was with you last year in Torquay for the conference that never happened. I was asked if I wanted to just roll with the presentation I was giving last year through to this year's one. I didn't, because there's quite a lot that's happened within the police treatment centres and the Police Children's Charity over the last 12 months. So it's a revamped presentation. I don't have a script. I've just got some slides. I'll talk to the slides. I'm a bit of a wanderer, but I'll try and confine myself to this spot here so I don't distract you, because I want you to look at the slides rather than me. I've got a tendency sometimes to go down rabbit holes and go off on little side tracks and anecdotes. I'll try and stop myself from doing that, because I know time's against us, but you're probably already detecting that I have a tendency to talk quite quickly. So if I do go off at a tangent, I can catch myself up with that. I've been at the PTC now for 9 years. I really enjoy my job, and it's an absolute privilege to be there. There's lots of familiar faces in the audience and from the dinner last night. And I suppose before I say anything, I'd like to give you all a firm commitment that I'm absolutely, totally committed to retired officers being treated at the police treatment centres. I think there's a moral responsibility for us at the treatment centres to treat the men and women who come through, many of whom have been injured physically and mentally as a result of their service. But they're also good to have around. They can provide a little bit of a grounding for some of the younger cohort who are going through challenges and difficulties, and it's good just to listen to some of those challenges that previous generations have gone through and survived and come out, and you're still here to tell the tale. And it also adds, I think, to the sense of humour that people have as well. So I've got two parts to the presentation. I'm going to talk about the police treatment centres and the Police Children's Charity. There'll be a few slides at the end on that. So I'll start with the PTC. I've got quite a few, well, not quite a few slides. I've got a number of slides. Most of them have pictures within there. There's no need to take notes. There's no need to write anything down. We've got a stand in the foyer as well, which is being run by Lisa and Meg. So if there's anything that I say, anything you want to follow up with, or any brochures you want to collect afterwards, grab me in one of the breaks or go down and speak to one of them. And there's plenty of information that they can give you there as well. So let's start first of all by telling you what the PTC is. And it might be obvious, and it is if you've been to the PTC, but I suspect many in the audience won't have done so. The first thing to emphasise, we're a charity, and many people within and without the police service assume that we're funded by government, we're funded by forces, we're funded by crime commissioners. We're not. We're a charity, along with 190,000 plus charities in the United Kingdom, with all those pressures and stresses that charities have of trying to raise money. Now, it's worthwhile emphasising that we don't, you probably won't be surprised to hear this, get too much support from outside of the policing community. So I always encourage groups, when I speak to police groups, to look inwards. It's not a weakness to look after and support our own charities, which are supporting our own police family members. We've got the two centres at the police treatment centres, the one in Harrogate, which many of you will be familiar with, but also up in Octorada, and you have the opportunity to go to either of those centres. In a non-COVID year, and we're still trying to get back to that, we generally speaking treat about 4,000 individuals every year. So we're just sort of building back our numbers. Officers, if you're still in service, they come for on and off-duty injuries, because it's sort of a fine line. And in terms of the forces that we support and look after, there's 28. It's Northamptonshire. It's then starting in the Midlands and going up through the north of England. It's North Wales, it's Police Scotland, Police Service Northern Ireland, Isle of Man, British Transport Police, Ministry of Defence Police, and the Civil Nuclear Constabulary. So it's quite a broad, eclectic mix. So if you're from one of those forces, you can join the PTC. But if you're from any other force in the United Kingdom, but you now live in our constituent areas, you can sign up to the PTC and become one of our donors, and that then makes you eligible for treatment at the centres. And obviously, retired officers are a really important part of what we do, and we'll talk about that in a minute. There's generally speaking two parts of the programme that we do at our centres. It's a physiotherapy programme, and when I came in, 81% of our patients were there for physiotherapy, and it's also the mental health and the wellbeing programme, and that was 19% in 2014 when I came in, but it's now a 1/3, 2/3 split. So you can see the balance, which probably doesn't surprise anyone, of how it's like shifting into terms of the mental health and well-being. It doesn't mean that we're not doing physiotherapy. We are. It's still a really important part and the majority of it, but the mental health and well-being has grown significantly. You can see the various elements that fit within the programs there, the fitness classes, the gyms, leisure and hydro pools, the accommodation. We'll talk all about this when we get going. It's a fabulous facility, a fabulous centres, both of them, and it really, until you actually go there, you can't get a scale and feel of how it might impact and look after you and treat you. And the food's wonderful. I mean, everything's wonderful about it. I'm obviously biased, but it's just really a marvellous place. And my ambition is that when an individual pulls up in the car park, before they've even got in the building, they're looking around at the grounds, they then walk up the main steps of either buildings. They're getting a professional, really welcoming, respectful greeting from the receptionist team. They're then dealing with nurses and clinicians, and they're starting to feel, do you know what, this is somewhere that's going to look after me, it's going to support me, I'm feeling better, and I haven't actually even seen anyone yet or done anything yet. The physiotherapy, once you get in for that, I'm sure there's many in the audience who have mixed experience of having it within the NHS. It can be a little bit difficult to get seen, and then once you're seen, you don't really feel it's meeting your needs and your demands. It's very different at both of our centres. You'll be assigned a physiotherapist, and they will stay with you for the whole of your stay there. They'll see you every single day. They might see you twice a day. You might have an opportunity to pop back if you're unsure about what they've asked you to do for a little bit of advice and assistance and support. And crucially, I always think if you're a resident in the centres, it gives you an opportunity to focus on you, your me time. Modern life is so busy. You've got your professional demands or your activities, you've got your domestic demands, and the bit that gets squeezed is you focusing on you. So a stay at the centre allows you to do that and focus on the type of exercise you should be doing within the physio and getting into those good habits that you can then take away with you. They'll build together a specific programme. Obviously, for the serving officers, it's got a police-specific basis, but it's quite generic as well. There's all the other fabulous facilities, the pools, the hydro, the sauna, the steam, fitness instructors who will tailor a programme and put that together for you that you can then take away. And then there's a very class programme, and it's not unusual to see individuals who are residential at the centre jumping in for a Pilates class at 0800 hours. They're then going for breakfast. They're then back in to use the gym. They might have treatment. They're in a stretch class and a ball class, a relaxation class, so on and so forth. So it's quite busy. And in my experience, and as I've been there for a long time now, most people, the vast majority of men and women who come through, take their rehabilitation very, very seriously indeed. It's very frustrating to be off sick or not at full fitness. We've got an online physiotherapy program as well. That's in addition to, as a supplement, it's not an alternate, and it gives people an opportunity to prepare for their stay at the centre by doing this online, up to 6 sessions, and can guide you and get you in the preparatory mode for some classes and so on and so forth. We've introduced this, the Retired Officers Wellbeing Programme, which I know has been asked for a number of years, came in at the beginning of this year, and it's a programme, and you can see all the bits and pieces within there. Helen talked a little bit about sleep, how important that is, and I'm impressed. I'm standing here in front of you on 5 hours sleep last night, because I sleep awfully wherever I go, and I do tend to bounce around quite a bit, but it'll teach you techniques to improve that, mindfulness, relaxation, therapies, the classes, and lots of things happening whilst you're there. There's also the Thrive app, which is the only NHS-approved app, which we can give you access to before you come on the programme, and that will get you in the groove for relaxation, for sleep techniques, and so on and so forth. And we know that individuals who do that before they arrive with us are likely to have a much better course when they actually come on the week-long programme. It's based on the Psychological Wellbeing Programme, the 2-week programme for serving officers. It's really successful. We get tremendous feedback from that. It's making a huge difference for the men and women who come through, and we're starting to see the same with the retired officer community as well. It's still a little bit of a work in progress because those who come on are retirees. It can be quite a broad church. You've got some younger men and women in their 50s, and it goes up to the 70s and even touching 80s that we've had on occasion. So it's difficult to be all things to all people. So we are still evolving and developing our programme, and it continues to be a work in progress that we learn a little bit more about each and every time, and just make sure that we then can factor those improvements and changes in for the next time round. It's led by the nurses. Nurses will give you a whole variety of support on the core elements of the programme, but also alcohol awareness, smoking cessation, heart disease, do your blood pressure, cholesterol checks, healthy eating plans, and so on and so forth. And it can be a little bit of tough love, which I quite like actually, and they're not afraid of wagging their fingers in people's faces and saying, listen, you really need to sort this out, otherwise you're going to create some serious health issues for yourself a little bit further down the line. And we also have an online women's health programme, which we've launched a couple of months ago, which is really, really successful. And I'd commend that to you to have a look on our website for more information on that. And I've mentioned the holistic care, just being in a police-friendly environment. And people just feel better, they feel good, it's healthy eating. There's social lounges with real newspapers, if anyone remembers those, thinking that far back. The grounds, the tennis court, the therapy dogs. I write a blog on a fairly routine basis, and when I write my blog, I'm sort of often slightly disappointed to see that it gets 6 likes. 4 of those are from members of my own family. Stick a dog in it, particularly a therapy dog, you're up into the hundreds. So I try and build a dog into the headline picture every time I release my blog online. So in terms of getting our support then, you have to be signed up to the PTC. The monthly rate is £4.50. Anyone who's ever been in this audience or outside of this audience, you will be a lifelong donor. There's no question about it, but I suspect the majority of you probably haven't come for one reason or another. I want people to donate, but I want people to come as well. So please don't be shy about coming. We owe you a moral responsibility to look after you, because many of you, most of you, all of you have put your life on the line in your service for the country, the police and the public. So it's now up to us to help and support you get fixed on that. And then once you are signed up as a donor, you can come, and there's nothing else to pay. You know, there's no extras, and we all get a little bit into the use these days of that old adage of something sounds too good to be true. It often is. It isn't. That's all you have to do. You apply for the centre, you get admitted. We have to be able to do something for you, and there's nothing more to pay after that. And if you're signed up and contributing, but you don't come, you're lucky, because many people have to. But if you don't have to, you know you're supporting your serving colleagues and your retired colleagues at their time of need when they come. We also do B&B at both our centres. Harrogate's quite a vibrant town. There's always a festival. There's something going on at that location. Up in Scotland, it tends to be for the golfers, the walkers, just someone for an air of relaxation. If you are interested in booking, the rates vary from peak season, low season, from each of the centres, single rooms, double rooms. There's a brochure in the lobby downstairs, and there's also an offer at the moment if you book by the 22nd of September to get 10% off, so I'd commend that to you. We do a charity lottery. We work quite hard to raise money from all the other sources. Our utility prices quintupled last year after Putin invaded Ukraine, so we're quite we take it seriously about trying to generate more money. We're quite judicious in terms of what we spend and how it goes out, seeking best value for money, because it's you people who have paid for many, many years, and so we just have to make sure we get it right. So short video.
The police treatment centres in Harrogate and Auchterarder continue to welcome retired officers for treatment. If you've spent the majority of your police service in one of the PTC's constituent forces, you are eligible to become a PTC donor and beneficiary in retirement for a small monthly donation.
I mean, I've been one of those unlucky people, you could say, that's used Harrogate a lot. But I say unlucky in as much as I've had lots of injuries. I'm actually very fortunate to have been here through my 30-year career and since I've retired. The treatment, really, and the care that's given has been just, it's gone from what was already fantastic. If it could get any better, it did get better.
I thought this place was fabulous, and I still have that thought. I still maintain my opinion. It's almost like going off to another planet. The care and the quality of the treatment and everything here is second to none, and it's constant treatment as well for the time that you're here. The treatment that you receive here is bespoke to you. You get an individual programme. You're prescribed certain classes, fitness classes to do, and your physio treatment and the treatments that you have within the physio package. And it is designed completely for you, which is absolutely perfect.
Things from ultrasound, from exercise, strength building exercises in terms of those joint injuries, and I've had knee injuries before, ankle injuries. I've also been here for recuperation following heart surgery.
One of the first treatments I had, which I was quite sceptical about, was acupuncture in my neck. My neck was really horrendous at that time, and it really freed my neck up. The hydrotherapy pool is absolutely wonderful to me. I find a lot of relief in the warmth of the pool.
I even found myself doing Pilates class, which I laughed about when the physio told me initially. She said, "I'm going to put you on Pilates." I thought, yeah, right. And then once I did my first class, I absolutely loved it. Couldn't get enough. With the addition of the spinning class, that helps as well. It's great for stamina, and it's low impact, obviously, especially for a knee injury. The anti-grav treadmill, absolutely excellent machine. It got me back running a lot quicker than I would have just on a normal treadmill. The physio through NHS just isn't comparable at all. So it's intensive and it works. It really works.
I'm one of the fortunate people, I guess, to be able to afford private health insurance, and I've actually waited longer for private health care, paying for it myself, than I have been able to get in here.
I can't sing the praises of the place enough. The facilities, the staff, the whole atmosphere, everything is there, everything is geared to get you back out there. Why wouldn't you want to come here?
To continue paying into retirement was a no-brainer, an absolute no-brainer. I would still happily pay into here for the rest of my life.
I can't think of anywhere else that's got these kind of facilities for people at such a low cost. And I just recommend to anyone, don't give it a second thought. Peanuts is the only way you can describe it. It is no money whatsoever to have that peace of mind that if anything goes wrong, you've got this backup. It's fantastic.
Like these retired officers, you too could benefit from our support and help to maintain the future of our class-leading facilities for other members of the police family.
Okay, so we get a lot of really positive feedback. I mean, we're not perfect, but I think the vast majority of individuals who come through really benefit. They enjoy it, just being there. It's a fantastic place, as I say, so I would encourage you to get involved. Got an amnesty going on for retirees to sign up. It's only going for a week. You can do it on the stand downstairs, but pass the word, please. It's not just for those within this room, all your colleagues out there. And that means if you sign up, then as soon as we get your first month's donation, you can apply for treatment and we get you in as swiftly as possible. And we are running under occupancy since COVID, so it's pretty short to non-existent waiting times. And as I say, that also applies for you who are now living in our area, who may not have been a member of the PTC constituent forces during your service. So please do pass the word. So just very quickly at the end, a couple of slides on Police Children's Charity. It used to be St George's Police Children's Trust. There used to be a police orphanage opposite the treatment centre in Harrogate, which was knocked down in the 60s. And it's evolved into a grant-giving charity now. We support about 300 children and young people each year, spend about £500,000. Retirees can sign up for that as well. And most of you are thinking, goodness me, the children are long since gone. I should say for context, I do have a 60-year-old friend and he has a 1-year-old child, so you never know. That is him going round second time again, I should say. So life can take some unexpected turns for all of us. And there's a long list of benefits that you can see there. It's a fabulous charity. We do support a lot of the high-profile police deaths on duty. But we also support a lot of children of men and women who've been early medically retired, or just other issues that you probably won't have heard of unless you happen to work with them. And potentially that, if it happens early enough, that could deliver tens, if not hundreds of thousands of pounds for the charity. We've got a couple of extra grants now, child counselling grant and ex gratia wellbeing grant for £1,000 and £2,000 respectively, to help support the children of retirees as well, who might be sort of struggling, because often there's a bleed in from the stresses and pressures on you as a result of your service, then into your family groups as well. It's only 35 pence a week, £1.50 a month, £18 a year. I'm sure everyone did the addition at the same rate that I did it. It's literally a pittance, and it just provides fabulous help for families at their time of need, at their often their lowest ebb. I'm not going to take any questions at this moment in time. Rich has asked for us to park them at the end collectively if there is anything. But thank you for listening. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you all for your service. It really is impressive to look out and see this body of men and women here who are still sort of feeling that they're part of the police family. And I can assure you that within Harrogate and Octorada, we consider you to be very much part of our family as well. So sign up and then apply to come, and we'll be delighted to look after you when you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. To the point as ever. And last speaker this morning is John Carter-Lang, who, in addition to all his other full-time occupation, is also chair at Flint House Rehabilitation Centre, the rehabilitation centre in the south. John.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. So thanks for the introduction. Thanks for inviting me. I'm John Carter-Lang. My day job is I'm a PC from Leicestershire. My full-time role is I'm the branch secretary of Leicestershire Police Federation. But as was said, one of my other roles, amongst other things that I do, is as the chairman of Flint House. It's a position I've held for the last 2 years. I've been a trustee there for 3 years. So Flint House Police Rehabilitation was formed and founded in 1890. Our charity has evolved over the years and is now at the forefront of modern physical rehabilitation and mental health support, offering serving and retired modern flexible needs-based clinical programmes. The first police seaside home, Clarendon Villas, was established in Hove in 1890 by the, I can't even say this word, philanthropist, there you go, Miss Catherine Gurney. The home moved to a new purpose-built building called Portland Villas in 1892. And 70 years later, as patient numbers increased, it moved again to the larger premises of Kingsway. By the 1980s, as demand continued to grow, a new home with improved facilities and greater capacity was needed, which is when we moved to Flint House in Goring-on-Thames. Since 1988, Flint House has expanded to accommodate more officers in need and to massively improve its facilities with modern accommodation, a hydrotherapy centre, a shiny new gym and an all-weather outdoor pitch. Flint House is run by a team of trustees who oversee and direct the charity's work and a leadership team responsible for its day-to-day running on site. Our trustees consist of both senior and junior members of the police service, clinicians, practitioners, and those with extensive NHS experience and business people as well, as long as lay members. Alongside my fellow trustees, we're always looking to implement significant enhancements to our patient offering. And over the next 5 years, we're making improvements to key areas of our charity. One such area is our support programme for retired police officers. Launched this time last year, this residential initiative offers incredible value for money, geared to retired police officers' precise needs. Whether it's for new injury, post-operative rehab, physiotherapy for cancer, long-standing back or knee pain, we're here to help you recover. Not only that, but our mental health support programme has now been extended to retired officers too, and you can access exclusive sessions to deal with stress, anxiety and depression within our beautiful setting in Goring-on-Thames. But that's enough from me. I'd now like to show you 2 short films which encapsulate what our retired officer programme is all about.
I started my career at Camberley, like everyone does, as a beat officer.
I joined the police in 1988 as a mere 19-year-old.
I was in Dorset Police up until 1997, when I was medically retired. It was post-traumatic stress disorder. I was a child protection officer for 5 years. Basically had a breakdown, and that was that. That was the end of my police career. I came to Flint House for some help after one of the assaults on me, and the treatment I received was first class. I mean, as the consultant said, What they did here in 10 days would have taken 6 to 8 weeks on the National Health.
I've been to Flint House on a number of occasions, mostly for physical injuries. I never thought I'd suffer from mental health. Realised I was suffering from anxiety and finally got diagnosed with it, and I came to Flint House.
I was riding mountain bikes around Swinley Forest. The bike went left, I went right, and I slapped a tree here, and it broke my scapula into 3 pieces. And if it wasn't for this place, I wouldn't have got 100% movement back into my arm.
I'm on the road to recovery. I'm no longer having therapy. I'm in a much happier and stronger place as I retired. Truly reformed, and I never would have done it without Flint House.
I've watched the place grow from when they first came here to what it is now, and you need to look at yourself and think, I'm missing out really badly on treatment I could get.
I've retired from the service, but I'm still really active. Lots of cycling, triathlons, swimming, I ride motorcycles, all of which can end up with an injury somewhere along the line. And knowing that if I had an injury, I wouldn't have to wait for weeks and weeks and weeks for the NHS and come here and get that intensive physiotherapy and treatment and time to recover and just get on with getting better. It's just a real reassurance. For, what, £5 a month? It's a no-brainer.
We need to look after each other, you know, beyond retirement. It's time for me to give back something after all those years of such a fantastic career. But I think the biggest investment you can have is in yourself or in your colleagues and supporting them moving forward. So for me, £5 a month is a very small amount to pay for someone's health and well-being.
My name's Bob. Well, Robert actually, but I was always known as Bob in the police force. I'm 81 years old. What else do you want to know? I joined the Met in 1961. I was a constable, ordinary cop all my life. Most of my time was spent when I was at Carter Street, was walking the beat. When my wife died 4 years ago, bless her, I was in a mess. I mean, we've been married 55 years. And I was stuck here in this bungalow, which I love. I was just lost. So I applied. They took me in, Flint House, and they did wonders. I was able to think, gather my thoughts together and sort out my future, basically. I applied again last year. My legs went, and I wanted to try and get use back into my legs. And they accepted me, and they're even better this time. Gentle exercises, and we gradually worked up. And my legs did improve. They've got nurses there that were fantastic.
Being somewhere like Flint House, he's in a safe environment to do that walking around, to try a flight of stairs, to go for a walk outside, because there's always someone there keeping an eye on him, and that's just so reassuring. I can take him down there, leave him for the week, not have to worry about what he's eating and where he's going and what he's doing. Whenever he's there, he certainly comes back brighter in mood. Since my mum's died, he's obviously struggled at times with his mood. So when he's somewhere like that, he's got as much interaction as he wants.
One of the things I liked about going to Flint House is mixing with the youngsters, the other coppers, all ranks, all sexes, not talking so much about the past, but talking about our experiences. Even if you don't use it, it's helping the present day police force. And they're the ones that need our support.
So at Flint House, we cover the southern half of the country. So sister charity, police treatment centres, they cover, like was explained, from kind of the East Midlands upwards. We're the outlier in Leicester, strangely, so we're the most northerly force, and then everyone below your constituent force would be Flint House. Then along with Gibraltar, strangely, Jersey and Guernsey as well, officers from those forces, as well as the national forces like BTP that are stationed in those southern counties. If you want to find anything else out or sign up to donate, then we've also got a stand downstairs. You can go and speak to Aspin. But for now, I'd like to thank you all for your time. And I'll leave you with a quote from Bob, 81-year-old Bob, who I love, who recently received residential physical rehab treatment at Flint House. And his words were, "I couldn't have asked for better service at the Ritz." So thank you, everyone.
Right, thank you, John. I know that the people out there, branches, you all do your own things in a different way and provide tremendous support, but none of us can do everything. And I think we've heard from Eddie how one branch does it their way and some of the initiatives that they do. But we've also heard from the other three speakers that there are other people who can help you to help your members, because that's what it's about, helping you to help your members. And I think from what we've heard today, they are fantastic. I will give a little time for questions. I think the only question I would have, if I wasn't already a member, would be how do I join? But apart from that, if anybody does have any questions, if they'd like to come up, we'll just have a short questions and then we'll get on and have a break and come back to get on with the business. So any questions anywhere? Is there another one?
Thank you. Just two quick questions, if I may. Jim Sharp, I'm from North Sussex. Firstly, the treatment centres, are they offered to spouses as well, or just to retired police officers and serving officers? And my second question is to the Colonel. The Children's Trust that you mentioned, I know that you represent the Northern Forces, but can forces in the whole of the country take advantage of your children's benefits? Thank you.
Just repeat the first question, please. I think I missed that about who else is eligible.
Whether you're eligible as a spouse. So is my wife eligible, for instance?
I'll take both of them. We're just in the process of reviewing and widening our eligibility again for the police treatment centres. And we're about to sort of include some more elements of police staff. The spouses question has popped up beforehand because the firefighters have their charity, which is strange enough called the Firefighters Charity, and they are inclusive of family members. So that is one of the things that we've been reflecting and thinking on over the last couple of years. We haven't gone there yet, but it's still one of those think pieces within our sort of strategic planning, review, and so on and so forth. And in terms of the Police Children's Charity, I've sort of come up here because you addressed the question to me, but there is the Gurney Fund Southwards, which actually John is one of the trustees for there. So he's, if you want more detail, he's better equipped to answer that question than I. But yes, there is coverage nationally for different forces, depending where you lie, as to which one you should go to, and it's broadly the same sort of coverage.
And likewise for Flint House, we don't allow spouses or family members. It's serving officers, retired officers and serving police staff. Only certain roles with police staff that are entitled to come at the minute. The Gurney Fund is essentially the southern equivalent of the Police Children's Charity. In fact, both charities were set up by Catherine Gurney, although we've retained her name and the Police Children's Charity in the north haven't. But we don't offer exactly the same services. But did you say you were Sussex? Yeah, so Sussex would be within the Gurney Fund's kind of constituent force areas. And you can donate, you can sign up to donate directly online for the Gurney Fund. Not really here for that one, but helps to get a little pitch in when I can. Thank you.
Right, well, thank you. So with that, I'm going to call a close. Just for your information, any more information about any of the speakers today, it is contained in your annual report, pages 28 to 31. I think it's been very useful. Some of it reminds us of things we already knew, and some of it is all new to us. So I say to you, with their help, you are responsible for the welfare of your members, and you do, as I've said before, a great job. And NARPO does do a great job, and I think all our members all our speakers would agree with that too. But they're there to help you. So with that, I make it 5 to 11. So if we can break now and resume conference at 20 past, please, and there's coffee, tea is downstairs, I think. Am I right? Am I right? Yes, it's downstairs. What are you looking out there for then? All right. Right, ladies and gents, we're ready to start. Right, we're moving on to the first motion of the day. But before we get to the first motion, there will be a presentation from our legal advisor, Bernard Seymour, from Affinity Resolutions. And that's to ensure that all the delegates here, including those who were unable to take part in the seminars that we held around the country, as well as the wider audience at home, are better informed about what the debate that will immediately follow his presentation, what that is about. It is just a presentation, no more. It moves straight then, and we move to a debate. So with that, I'll introduce and invite Bernard Seymour. If you would like to just inform us a little bit of what the motion that follows is about. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you forgive me by starting by saying that I'm surprised to be giving this presentation, primarily because I was asked to do it last year in Torquay. So I prepped it, got it ready, turned up, and they sent me home. So I'm back to do it a second time. So before we start with the actual presentation, which is in two parts, I just want to give a little background, which will help with the context. We're back now at Llandudno in 2021. I met with the NEC, who wanted to understand whether my organisation could train with regard to roles, responsibilities of NEC members, and in relation to business plans, which, forgive me, I call strategy documents. And we do a great deal of this. We do 10 or 12 a year, more recently now with some of the large PLCs in the health sector. So we explained that we could, we set out what we could do and why. And then in October 2021, and again in January 22, we spent a total of 2 days with the NEC running workshops to develop roles and responsibilities, and particularly to start drafting the strategic documents, which I think they refer to as business plans. Now, as part of that, we outlined at the beginning for the first hour the background of different structures, legal structures that organisations have. And I always do this regardless of the organisation, whether I'm working with a trust, a charity, or more recently with a large health trust in the Midlands. And the reason I do it is when we then turn to their organisation, whatever it is, whether it's a PLC or it's a small charity, it's in context and they can understand why the rules for them and the procedures are slightly different. So what I'm going to do today is give that first part, because the NEC said to me, this is very important, and we would like the national conference to hear this with regard to the different structures that exist, so they have an understanding of what NARPO is and whether they would ever wish to do anything different. So the presentation's in two parts. One, the different structures that exist, and I'll explain them. And then two, what NARPO currently is. And it's there for you to assist you with your motion. So I'm going to start from this, and these are historic. So with regard to what I call business organisations, these are organisations that wish to make a profit. There are primarily three, some little ones as well, but they don't make that much difference. So the first is the sole trader. It's historic. If we went back several thousand years, or 1,000 years, then we'd see Fred, and I'm coming to Frida in a moment, stood outside the castle gates with his table selling pots. He decided what he was going to make, what he was going to sell, how he was going to do it. And the sole trader has continued forever. And we're a little older. We will remember from our youth that the plumber, the joiner, the shop were often sole traders. And it worked. It was flexible. It was quick. It was easy to make decisions. And it had come about historically. It had an issue with it, and that is that the sole trader is totally responsible for everything, whatever happens, regardless of insurance. And the prime one was that if they get an excess missile and they go bust because of something that a creditor has done to them or one of their customers, then they lose everything, often including their home. So it was an issue. And the other one that existed is a partnership. Again, it's very historic. So Frida now, who also sells pots, has joined with Fred, and they're outside the castle gates together selling. And the definition of a partnership is two or more people coming together with the intent, with a common purpose and the intention to make a profit. Two or more people, a common purpose, intention to make a profit. And again, this developed and grew such that eventually an Act of Parliament was created, still in being, believe it or not, of 1890, the Partnership Act, which sets out how partnerships have to be governed. It's a real problem now, all this time later, 130 years later, because it's historic, and anybody who relies on the Partnership Act would find that if anything went wrong, somebody dies or leaves, then the whole business concludes. So people tend to have partnership deeds. They have a proper structure and go to lawyers. But partnerships, again, have that issue and conundrum, and that is total personal liability. And whether it was a sole trader or more likely a partnership, in the early 1800s became a real problem in the UK. And that is because we were a trading nation, one of the biggest that's ever existed. But people became hesitant because some ideas didn't work. So they lost everything, and they didn't like it. And the government of the UK wanted the entrepreneurs to take risk and to grow. So how did they do it? And in 1856, they had the most brilliant idea, and it was called the limited company. And it was created to enable people to take risk. So what they actually did is created a legal animal. We as human beings have a legal persona. We can trade in our own name and enter into contracts. And that's what the company could do. And it had directors and what they called members, shareholders, who invested in it. And right away, these companies started to trade all over the world and take risk. And we know what happened. We become probably the largest trading nation that had ever existed. And the limited company industry is one of the things behind this. Didn't entirely work because, of course, the directors took greater risk because now they had no personal liability. And lots of shareholders were losing significant sums of money. And the court started to interfere, and a whole line of case law came about, particularly the concept of fiduciary duty. The directors have to act in the best interests. But, and that is the but, if we accelerate to today, then Fred and Feeder are likely to be a limited company. I find now, I've just moved down to Bedfordshire, working with plumbers or joiners. They're no longer sole traders. They have a small limited company. They want that protection. That's what they've done. And it's as simple to be a limited company as it is to be a sole trader. If they were formerly in a partnership, they're now a limited company. So within business organisations, the limited company has become the commonality for that protection. There are few downsides, and if they are, they're only technical small issues. So that's what's happened. The opposite is what I call the not-for-profit organisations. And we do a lot of this. We get a lot of approaches from charities and trusts and membership organisations who are just starting out. Well, the first one is the unincorporated association. It's just like a partnership. My definition is two or more people coming together for a common purpose, but not intending to make a profit. So the two ladies who form the tennis club in a village are an unincorporated association. They could grow, and there could be 5 on the committee and 200 members. They're an unincorporated association. So in reality, it's just like the partnership. There is no statute or statutory instrument that governs unincorporated associations. But then in contrast, there are. Because the laws of the land that apply to me, the law of negligence, the law of contract, the Equality Act, which has just come in, the new data protection legislation, apply to unincorporated associations just as though you're an individual. So an unincorporated association is just like Fred or Fred and Feeder selling their pots. There is total liability. And most unincorporated don't appreciate that. So I have to say that we, across a year, 10, maybe 20 organisations approach my company to discuss with us becoming, in their words, more professional, having a constitution and building proper documentation. And the first thing, we don't actually do it. We always send them off to solicitors and accountants. We never undertake the actual work. We are there as the consultancy organisation. But the first thing we explain is this history. And we explain to them the risk. Because it's important that in being the consultants, we show them what is there and what they are. So we also explain, if they're a not-for-profit organisation, the company limited by guarantee. And this is very similar to the concept created in 1856. Came in about 100 years ago, but didn't initially take hold because most charities and other organisations not seeking to make a profit, membership organisations, didn't see the need for it. In the last 20 or 30 years, that's changed dramatically because, of course, we've had the digital age. We've had a very litigious situation occurring from about 2020 with major legal firms becoming what I call ambulance chasers and seeking out claims. And there's going to be more now with the data protection legislation. And therefore, many organisations, when we chat to them, decide at the beginning, well, hang on a minute, there's no downside here, and they go away with their lawyers and become a company limited by guarantee. And what is that? Well, it's a company in which all the members, because they're called members rather than shareholders, usually guarantee £1, and should anything go wrong, their total risk is £1. If they were unincorporated and something went wrong, and there's a large claim for equality or discrimination, which has no limit, and it comes in at several hundred thousand, then they've got the personal liability. Whereas once they're incorporated as a company limited by guarantee, they have no risk. And many people say to me, well, hang on a minute, Bernard, we'll just carry insurance. Well, of course you'll carry insurance because you'd want to protect the entity because you want it to continue. But you've always got to remember that insurance companies are amazing at avoiding liability. And I've had 2 in the last 24 hours with people I work with who've contacted me because the insurance companies are saying, we're not covering this. They might eventually, but there's going to be a lot of worried nights. Both of those situations are new to me and are unincorporated, so they will be worried. So that's the company limited by guarantee. I also briefly mention here the community interest company, which a lot of people call a KIC, which is a new entity created whereby you can establish protection, but you've got to have a public interest, public benefit, and it's a set and fixed constitution, articles, and you can't vary it. So it tends not to work for organisations that are large membership organisations where you want to do what you did previously and follow your previous rules. I'm seeing the KICs come in. About 60% of our work is in the health sector, and some health sector organisations are being created to work, say, with the homeless to get them off the streets, to work with people for dental situations, and they're creating KICs because it's not for profit. They're quite happy to be restricted in their constitution. So that are the organisations or the structures that currently exist in the UK. So I want to turn to something slightly different now and look at NARPO. And this is what I would always do. This is the second part of my initial presentation with any company when we're going into create workshops. We then move to what they are. And the starting point is always, if they're a limited company, their articles. If they're unincorporated, hopefully, excuse me, they have rules. And you have a set of rules from 2022, which work. You've tested them, you've had them for several years, they're successful, and they probably don't need any changes unless the law changes. So they're good. But that's the starting point. That's your governing document. It is that that decides what NARPO is, what NARPO can do, what the NEC can do, and also limits what the NEC can do. And particularly ensures that ownership, for want of a better phrase, is with the membership through the annual general meeting. So the NEC have authority from the Constitution. So before I turn to the NEC's authority, what I'd like to look at briefly is the organisational structure of NARPO. Now, this is my interpretation of the rules, my interpretation if I was working with NARPO, but it's not much different to many membership organisations I work with, and indeed I work with all the largest ones in the UK. And I should also say that way back when I was a practicing solicitor, seems a long time ago now, I was involved in the establishment and writing of your rules. So you've got autonomous branches. That's important, it's essential because of what you are. Whilst you're doing welfare, which is one of the amazing things about NARPO, you're also doing social events. You can't manage that structurally, nationally, so you've got to do it locally, so you're autonomous. You can decide when your funds come in, what you do, how you do it, why you do it. You've got that autonomy. But in order to exist as NARPO, the entity, you've created a national structure by having regions. Very clever, very neat. Not that unusual, because other membership organisations do it. And from the regions, you get your national executive. And you delegate powers to the national executive to give them ability during the year to do certain things. A lot of things, of course, they can't do without coming back to the annual general meeting. So it's a virtuous circle, and that's essential. And that is this. Because, to give you one, we can only amend the Constitution here. You can only change the name, not that you would wish to do so, here. So, the annual general meeting, just like the shareholders in a company that isn't limited by a guarantee, or any other incorporated association, are the ones who determine the actual future of the organisation. It would be impossible, though, to have an annual general meeting several times a year, and so you create a National Executive Committee, and that's why you've done it. So I want to look briefly at the NEC, if I can. So I said to them that it's actually Rule 3.1 that's the most important in your constitution. This is the central bit that determines what they should do. And I'll read it and break it down. So the association exists to safeguard rights of members and promote measures for their welfare with particular regards to police pensions. So I said to the NEC, if you want business plans, there are 3 that you've got to have initially, and a 4th. One is for welfare, another is police pensions, and another is rights. And your 4th is how you increase membership. So as a consultant working with you on strategic documents, business plans, that's what you should do. Because that's what 3.1 says you have to do. That's what the annual general meeting has approved. And every year, when you leave the Constitution as it is, that's the one that should operate. So I want to talk about something slightly different if I can, because this is relevant. I take it later in any presentation I do with an organisation, because if you're unincorporated, then you will have a sum of money which you've received from membership fees. And you will use that, spend it, for the benefit of your members. Now, I did say at the beginning that with regard to unincorporated association, there's no actual act of Parliament. But remember, I also said that you're subject to all the laws and rules that an individual would be. So if an individual has a sum of money, or a property, or an item, which is for the benefit of somebody else, then they're a trustee. So that's what a trustee is. So can committee and committee members be trustees? Well, the short answer is yes, they are. So if you have a committee, I'm a keen fisherman, moved down to Bedfordshire, I've been trying to get in fishing clubs so I can go fishing again. It's all that matters to me. So I'm not putting the effort in endeavouring, because committees are amazing, let's not knock them. Without them, none of us would have our pastimes or our membership of things. But the committees will have a sum of money. They've received it, and it's for the benefit of the members. So the committee are all trustees, individually, with individual personal responsibility. The organisation of NARPO doesn't have responsibility. It's the individual committee members on the NEC or at branch level. So I'm just going to briefly touch on their duties. They have the common law duty of care, which means they must act, and forgive me for the word man, because these are old legislation, with the ordinary prudent man of business. And now there's the statutory duty of care from the more recent Trust Act in 2000, which says such skill and care is reasonable in all the circumstances. And then the fiduciary duty, or loyalty and good faith to the beneficiaries. So all in an unincorporated association who run the branches or run it at national level are trustees. Of course, if you become a company limited by guarantee, then the funds are owned by the company. So most membership organisations create a structure that there are funds nationally owned by the company and funds at national level where they've got autonomy and they own those funds. So national can't take the branches. And that's the norm. I know you've got it here now. That would be the norm going forward. You wouldn't do anything different. So what it overcomes is we've just overcome all the personal liability, not for contract law or negligence or data protection or the Equality Act of discrimination, but also as trustees. Now, Obviously, there are, which I'm turning to in a second, rules and regulations about how we conduct ourselves within a company limited by guarantee. But it takes away a whole mass of legislation, which is complex, often only in case law because it's common law, and puts it down just to the statutory legislation in the 2006 Companies Act, which is codified and is much easier to follow and deal with. And also, that Act places duties on the directors, so they have to act appropriately and accordingly. That's why I said there's no downsides with incorporation, whether it's a company wishing to make a profit or a company limited by guarantee that represents and works with people. So those are the changes. So just briefly before we finish, I'll touch on directors' duties, because if an unincorporated association changes from being the situation of into a company limited by guarantee, these come in. And so there's the fiduciary duty of care again, that they can only act in the best interests of the members. So the NEC would be both National Executive Council, but also would be directors. But when they do something, they can only do it in the best interests of the members. How do we decide that? We go back to Rule 3.1. What's our constitution? Why are we here? What should we be doing? And it's that that determines, and a court would look at whether they've done it as they should have done it. And they've got to inform themselves of the company's affairs. So anybody new joining the board has to fully understand, if it was NARPO, why it exists, what it does, and they can't make it up on the hoof. They've got a duty to understand. And they've got to maintain that knowledge and understanding at all times. And there's a duty of confidence. The duty of confidence means that they've got to protect and do everything, not just in the best interest of the members, but they can't have a conflict of interest. They can't tell somebody else or benefit. And they've got to act within their powers. They've got to promote the success of the company, so they can't just turn up at meetings. And they've got to exercise independent judgment, reasonable care, conflicts of interest, profit personally, and not accept benefits from third parties. So a director has greater duties than an individual and unincorporated because they're codified, but that benefits the members because the directors have now got to act statutorily for the best interest of the members, and the members can make them do it, which is different to the unincorporated association. So that's a quick canter, through the background of the different organisations that currently exist in the UK, whether it's for profit or not for profit, and particularly with regard to NARPO, you're unincorporated, with what that brings. You can, it's your decision, change that at any time to become incorporated. I can tell you I've done a lot of these now. I'm the consultant, I've worked with them, and I've done quite a number in the police family. Some people who've been presenting today, we've taken them into incorporation with their lawyers, and there's never been a downside, there's never been a difficulty. It's for the lawyers, once it starts, and the accountants to make sure any challenges are overcome and ironed out, because of course there shouldn't be, if incorporation takes place, changes that cause downsides to members, staff, or anybody else, because otherwise you don't do it. So that's where they would stop. So thank you for listening. Good to see you all, and I'll let you get on with your day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I'm sure that enlightens a few more, I hope. So now we move on to the first of today's motions, which the first motion is included on page 17 in your annual report, but it is also now on the screen. Just before we get into it, some reminders. For delegates, speakers, anybody who wishes to speak for or against the motion, if you come forward, speakers may only speak once on any one motion or amendment and restricted to a maximum of 5 minutes, except proposers who may speak for 10. They must confine their remarks to the proposition under discussion, and the proposition is incorporation. Speakers who wish to speak for the motion, come down, there's some seats at the front. Those who wish to speak, let me get this right because it changed this morning. Those who wish to speak in favour of the motion sit at the seats which are on your left, which is my right. So seats for, seats against sit on the right-hand side, my left. There'll probably be many wishing to speak, so can I please ask you as brief as possible in your presentation and confine your remarks to the subject of the debate. And if the point you wish to make has already been well made by another speaker, please allow others to take precedence, because we can get through more. So with that, I move to the motion. I ask, motion 1 in your agenda will not be moved. We're advised it's totally unnecessary. So we move straight to motion 2. Is the motion moved? Yes. Is the motion seconded? Have a seconder? Yes, thank you. In that case, would you propose the motion on behalf of the NEC? Kate Rowley, the Vice President. Thank you. Sorry, just before you do speak, there is an amendment. There's an amendment in the name of London. Can we have that on the screen? There's a motion, an amendment from London branch. Is that an amendment moved? Yes. Is it seconded? It's seconded. That's fine. So I will now ask Kate to move the motion, and then I will ask the mover for the amendment to speak. All right? Thank you.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kate Rowley, number 1 region. Motion 2, standing in the name of the NEC. I have the privilege to propose this motion on behalf of the National Executive Committee. There is only one reason that this motion is brought before you today, and one reason alone: to protect you and all your members, to protect us all from the serious financial risks that we may all be vulnerable to. From having first become aware of these serious issues in January 2022, we immediately and properly brought it to the attention of all NARPO members and branches. In March of that year, we circulated a comprehensive paper prepared by our legal advisor. This paper outlined the concerning situation at hand and presented a straightforward solution: incorporation. Since that time, we have continued to regularly provide branches and members with updates. The planned discussion at our conference last year was unfortunately unable to take place. Even so, all delegates, including many present here today, were given a briefing paper with their agendas. This paper included questions and answers about the process and the safeguards. To compensate for the cancellation, the NEC agreed to hold consultation meetings with members and branches. 5 such meetings were arranged at venues around the country in February of this year, and branches were invited to send representatives to attend. These meetings were addressed by our legal advisor, Bernard Seymour, who you've heard from today. And he explained the rationale and answered wide-ranging questions about the process and its effects. These meetings were very well attended and, in the main, very well received. Much of the resounding feedback we received was to get on with it and why wait. With that direction, we approached 3 large firms of solicitors with specialist corporate and commercial expertise and experience in incorporation. Each gave the same initial advice: incorporate. We then felt confident enough to appoint one firm to examine the feasibility and practicability and appropriateness for NARPO to go down this road. This they did, and went on to produce the proposed enabling articles and rules. Now, many questions and much debate has taken place regarding these articles and rules. From the start, the solicitors were given a strict instruction not to change our current rules and procedures, except where it would be absolutely necessary to comply with company law. I can confirm that this instruction has been strictly complied with, and that all branches have been supplied with copies of these documents, together with a useful table showing where the current rules appear unchanged in the new documents. NARPO will continue operating within our rules as we have for the past 5 years. This means that there will be no changes to the way branches conduct their business, and branch funds will remain fully protected. It will definitely be business as usual. Now, having achieved all this, we are being accused of having rushed things through and not giving branches sufficient information. It is difficult to reconcile, since there has been 19 months of information, consultation and correspondence between the centre, our solicitors and accountants. All the questions raised have been answered. We have disclosed everything. After the workshop in January 2022, when we first became aware of the serious implications, the March NEC meeting discussed the matter further, and minutes were sent to all branches. At the same time, there followed a paper prepared by our legal advisor setting out the issues in detail. Since that time, every NEC meeting has included further information. Thereby, all NEC members and branches have been kept informed. In May of this year, NARPO News, which was that one, was sent to all our members, and it devoted a full page to the overview of our legal structure and explained the differences between incorporation and unincorporated associations. This was followed by 2 pages of frequently asked questions and answers. All branches were then invited to roadshow workshops in February this year, and the motion was circulated to branches in early June. The circulation of the articles of association and rules was followed a month later by a similar series of roadshow workshops, to which all branches and delegates to this conference were invited. In addition to all of this, the NARPO website and New Horizons circulations have been consistently updated with the latest developments and a comprehensive information. It is really difficult to know what more we could have reasonably done. Questions have been put and answers given. It does appear to us that the need to incorporate has been generally accepted, but every day lost is a further delay, and it may put our members at risk. It is now time to make the decision. Delegates, support this motion in the name of the NEC and reject the amendment.
Does the seconder wish to speak or reserve the position? Reserve, thank you. In that case, can I ask the mover for the amendment from London to speak? Don, thank you.
Good morning, Conference. Don Ratcliffe, the Secretary of London Branch. If you're slightly confused by why motion 1 has been withdrawn, then please join the queue to ask questions afterwards. I was going to invite you to oppose motion 1 and to support our amendment to motion 2, because I was unsure as to why the NEC had sought to incorporate 2 rules within the same motion. It really was baffling and smacked of an attempt to force through changes at the same conference, as appears to be the case here. It also smacks of the fact that there was no real plan in place. Referring to the explanatory note in our amendment, under the current rules, any changes could only have taken place at the conclusion of conference. And there was no need for any immediate change, because if part 1 of that motion failed, then so did part 2. And if both rule changes were to fail, then there would be no provision to transfer the NARPO assets to any corporate body. It therefore follows that motion 2, which is now being referred to as motion 1, hopefully you're not confused, would then be discussed at conference. However, if you disagree with that point of view, then I'd ask you to support our amendment to motion 2, which I've put forward on the basis of the subject of NARPO incorporation is being rushed through without any proper consultation. You've heard that the NEC held governance workshops in Stratford in 2021 and 2022. And as far as I'm aware, no report from those workshops has ever been produced, with the only document to emerge being that circulated in the name of Bernard Seymour of Affinity Resolutions Limited, dated July 22, which was then subsequently sent to conference delegates last year. Frankly, I would have expected more in the form of a report outlining the discussion within the NEC and the steps proposed, i.e. a plan of action, including consultation with membership and branches. It appears the only scoping exercise was when the CEO informally sought the views of the National Federation of Occupational Pensions, the North West Police Benevolent Fund and Police Chaplaincy. And then he reported back to the NEC, and these are in the NEC minutes, that they had benefited from being incorporated, but not how. We've heard about the series of seminars that took place at the start of 2023, and these were supposed to be supported by an effective communication process. However, no other information was issued. A document was issued in March, and this time in the different name of Regulatory Solution Limited, which included a synopsis of the points raised at the seminars. You've also heard that brief reports were subsequently published in the New Horizons newsletter and NARPO News. Ironically, the latter referred readers to their local branch for more information, which I didn't have. Arising from these seminars, the President announced at the London branch AGM in April that the matter was a no-brainer, and that branches up and down the country had urged the NEC to get on with incorporation. The trouble was nobody at the NEC or HQ had approached branches to ask the simple question, if NARPO were to incorporate, how would this affect the running of your branch? Neither was any attempt made to canvass the views of individual members in the same way that any other company, bank or building society might do to seek their support for any proposal at an AGM or otherwise. Even trade unions are obliged to consult their membership to seek support prior to taking any industrial action. Now, having sought our own legal advice, we asked a series of questions of the CEO, which were subsequently answered by the solicitor Paul Matthews from WHN, who stated that branches and regions were not legal entities, and that his understanding was that they only exist for operational purposes. He went on to state it was individuals who would become members of the new company, not branches, which begs the question why no attempt was made to contact individual members to seek their views. Sadly, the articles and rules were not issued until the 19th of July, leaving very little time for branches to consider their impact ahead of this conference. A further series of unplanned seminars took place during the holiday month of August, with the expectation that branches would be able to seek the views of their members about these articles and rules and to represent them at that meeting. In his presentation to that meeting, Paul Matthews pointed out that the proposed articles and rules formed a contract between NARPO and individual members. But strangely, the articles contain a section which reads, members other than those who are delegates to conference are not entitled to receive any notice of any conference, which is hardly inclusive. Yet other organisations are able to involve their members in their AGM and to invite them to attend and to vote on resolutions, whether in person or by proxy. And incidentally, proxies appears in the articles, which wasn't in the previous rules. There were many issues raised at these seminars. There were 43 at Birmingham seminar that I went to. many of which did not have immediate answers, particularly those relating to financial matters and employment matters, which affects London Branch directly. London Branch believes that the haste to introduce incorporation is wrong, and a feasibility study should be carried out to find these answers, their impact on the individual members and branches and regions, with the findings reported within a carefully considered project plan. After all, even Baldrick had a plan. Please support our amendment to motion 2, and if you cannot, then please oppose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Does the seconder wish to speak or reserve the right? Reserve the right, thank you. Then the debate, the motion is open and amendment are open for debate. Yes, sir, if you'd like to go first.
Conference, Eric Smith, Vice Chair, London Branch. Those of you who were at dinner last night, if you look at page 2 in this brochure, it says we adhere to safeguard the rights of our members and promote measures for their welfare, with particular regard to pensions. I've attended 2 of these seminars organised by the NEC. I attended the final one in Reading in February, which was facilitated by Mr Seymour, who to my mind is the driving force behind incorporation. I left perplexed and totally unclear as to whether or not incorporation would benefit us, the members. I then chose to attend the first seminar in round 2 in Birmingham in August, where we had presentations from the NEC solicitors and their accountants. Following the Birmingham seminar, we were sent copies of the slide presentations, from which I quote the following from the legal expert. The Memorandum of Association is in the prescribed form. It simply states that the subscribers wish to form a company under the Companies Act 2006 and have agreed to become members. The Articles of Association form a contract between the company and each of its members in their capacity as members and automatically bind a member on becoming a member. The rules form a contract between the company and each of its members. I am a member of the National Trust. Last week, I received an email in relation to their annual general meeting in November. Can I quote the opening paragraph? As a member, you have the right to vote in the annual general meeting of the National Trust. Your vote will make a real difference to our work. You can vote on resolutions to guide our decisions and elect members of the Trust's Council. It's simple to do online in just 5 minutes, or use the voting papers included in your autumn members magazine. If you choose to attend the AGM or watch online, you'll be able to vote on the resolutions on the day, or you can vote in advance either online or by post. You can now vote online or at any time up to 11:59 p.m. on Friday, the 3rd of November. All you need is your membership number, which you can find at the top of this email or on your membership card. Conference, there are less than 300 delegates in this room. NARPO have over 93,000 members and less than 10 employees, all of whom will be affected by incorporation. The National Trust have over 5.37 million members and over 10,000 employees, all of whom will be affected by rule changes. As previously stated by our branch secretary, why have all members not been given the opportunity to vote on this proposed change to their rules? If an organisation as large as the National Trust can do this, then why in God's earth can't we? Conference, can I urge you to support our amendment to the motion? If not, please oppose the motion in the name of the NEC. Thank you.
Thank you. And then you.
Morning, Conference. Alan Bartholomew, Chair of the Gloucestershire branch of NARPO. And I'm urging you all to vote for incorporation today. I strongly believe that postponing this decision, as per the London Amendment, is postponing the inevitable, and a clear case of allowing NARPO to drift for further years, leaving all of you, your members, your current committee, and the future committee vulnerable to litigation and financial penalty. The world of governance has changed. I've been personally involved as project lead for a conversion process from the beneficiary fund or benevolent fund in Gloucestershire into a charity. Through that process, I have found how vulnerable that I personally was as a member of the committee of that benevolent fund. You can, of course, decide to remit the fund and remit this decision, but before you do so, I'd ask you to consider three clear questions. How many of you have ever heard a joke about somebody else that might get you into trouble with equality legislation? This is now 2023. How many of your branches have made a data error during the course of the last 5 years that didn't come to light, didn't cause you any financial hardship, as a result of which you didn't end up getting sued by a member whose data rights you had breached? How many of your branches have refused membership to somebody and that you maybe personally as chair, secretary or the committee have made a decision to not allow somebody to become a member? Certainly Gloucestershire has done that in the last 5 years due to their issues. But that decision could be challenged in law and you personally can be liable for that. Now, if your answer to any of those questions is, well, yeah, we can remember that, then think about that when you're making this decision. Because what you're doing is saying, right, we're happy for the next 2 years to leave ourselves financially vulnerable to being sued. So if that's the decision you want to make, then I know that I personally will be giving some serious thought as to whether I want to remain chair of a branch. That's the branch of which is actually telling me, oh no, you can be personally, financially liable for any decisions that you make. So act decisively now, bring NARPO into the 21st century. Don't vote for the London motion, which merely is dithering and dallying around. Let's get on with it and let's make sure that we bring NARPO for the future of all our members, both as committee members, personal members, and for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Good morning. Peter Pickin, Chair of West Mercia Branch. I support the amendment to Motion 2 as submitted by the London branch. Incorporation is probably the most important issue our association has faced in its history. And again, we have an NEC motion that has not been properly researched to give us its full case. There have been circulations of the pros and cons over a long period of time, but it is not true to say that the full impact of incorporation has been made until 3 weeks ago, when we did at last appear to have professional information. Then only a limited number of representatives of thousands of members were invited to the seminars. Even then, the questions and issues could not be answered. The case for incorporation, I would suggest, has only just now started. Responsibility and responsible organisations should be asked to approve such an important issue as this without a proper business case and members being made aware of the full facts. As we still do not have the answers to very important questions, we should not be expected to approve this motion until we have those answers. We are in danger of losing many members if we do not deal with this matter sensibly. I ask you to support the amendment.
Please.
Mr. President, members of conference, Stuart Ingram, Secretary of the Durham branch, number 35. The consensus of opinion after studying both arguments was that it makes absolute sense to protect the members of NARPO and our staff from the potential risk which they currently face. Failure to do so, in our opinion, is tantamount to do quickly as possible, is tantamount to negligence. Durham Branch support the motion.
Michael Kozem, Staffordshire Branch. I'm in favour of incorporation. However, I'm also in favour of the amendment to motion 2 put forward by the London branch. The advantages of incorporation have been well explained already, and so I'm not going to go through those. However, it's acknowledged that there are big changes that will actually take place in the way we operate. We've had a lot of information provided to us, but there have been more questions than answers provided. The latest series of seminars, which were in August, I went to the first one in Birmingham, and I've looked through the issues that were raised at those 5 seminars. There are a lot of common features in the write-ups from each of those seminars, but importantly, even in the 5th seminar, there were additional points raised which hadn't been raised previously, which indicates that there are more unanswered questions than actually getting firm answers. I'll give you an example. For Staffordshire, we are a large branch, and we actually consist of 8 sub-branches. There's no provision in the articles or the rules for explaining what the legal position is or will be of sub-branches. For example, I'm the treasurer of the branch, but we've got 8 sub-branches that have got their own accounts. I need to know what our responsibilities are going to be regarding financial reporting for VAT and corporation tax, things like that. Answers haven't been provided on an issue on questions like that. That's just one example from my branch. Also, which hasn't been mentioned, is there's this situation regarding do they have to opt in to a new legal arrangement that there will be, or is it possible that we can have they were in it and they will have to opt out? We haven't got answers to things like that. So, these are just 2 examples of the big changes that are taking place. We've got over 100 branches. We've got staff employed at Wakefield and also in the London branch. All of them are going to be affected by this. What we need is to have more successful and efficient communication and consultation with those entities, those branches. And I know, Mr. Chairman, you've referred in your earlier speech about some mistrust that may exist. What I would say is just examples of where some of the mistrust perhaps has been caused by is if we look at past failures, if we go back to about 2018, the issue with the rules, when that first came in, that caused a lot of problems, and it was revisited and successfully addressed. Issues with NARPO House, the, I think, unnecessary aggregation that was caused by that. Now, you may feel that this has been lies and falsehoods that have been circulated around, but I'm aware of the problems that there were in issues like that. So, I would also address a point that the last speaker made about the not wanting to be subject to the liability as we are at the moment. So really what it's saying is that he doesn't want to wait 1 or 2 years to have that prospect of him being personally liable. Well, another way of looking at that is saying, look, we've got a company or an organisation here. There's a prospect that this organisation could crash, and our liabilities could exceed £3 million, or if we take into account branch funds, 6 million. That I put it that this speaker is suggesting that, you know, there's a possibility of that, and he wants to avoid that.
Can you wind up, please? You've had more than 5 minutes.
That situation, if we're a limited company, that will still result in the organisation crashing.
Okay.
And what I would say...
No, sorry. You've had your time. Then it's Dave.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin Moore, Branch Secretary of Eastbourne District, number 5 region. I was interested to hear the last speaker, actually, because for a guy who came up here and started off by saying initially that he supported incorporation, he did a good way of disguising it. I have to admit that this time last year I was one of the sceptics. I was one of those people that actually thought that there was something underhand about incorporation, and it was a drive possibly for the centre to gain more power over branches. Thankfully, over the past 12 months, I've had all of those myths proven to be what they are, and that's exactly what they are, they're myths. This is not a bid by the NEC to take over the running of NARPO. Branches have nothing to fear. We will still all have our own funds and our own ways of working. None of that is going to be affected or impacted upon. What we're in danger of doing with this, with the amendment, is creating a situation of procrastination, which is going to drag this situation on for forever and ever, when actually we are ready, I believe now, to get on with it and incorporate. Anybody who actually thinks that there are limited risks at the moment, well, just bear in mind this, that we are in a situation in this society today where litigious accusations are being made every single day. And Mrs. Moore actually likes the house that we live in. I urge the conference today to support the motion and defeat the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave.
Thank you. Conference, David Short, Secretary of Brighton and District Branch. Just a point of interest, out of a recent survey of complaints, the most common name of a complainant is David, and I'm here. I'm not going to complain, but I'm going to raise concerns I have that we have been misled, and I recognise that the vast majority here do support currently the concept of incorporation. I don't, but I think we've been misled by the advice that we've been given, paid for by NARPO headquarters, and that advice has been developed to support what they wish to do. I think you've been misled to think that the risks are extreme. They are not. If they were, many of us would already have found ourselves in serious trouble. If you think that that £1 will protect you, in the event of a complete collapse of NARPO, yes, it will. But it will not protect you and the risks against you if you commit a wrong. You can be personally sued anyway, whether we're incorporated or not. And it's a question of recognising that being incorporated doesn't protect you if you've done something wrong. If you've done nothing wrong, why incorporate? That's where I come from. 12 months ago, the majority of this conference, I'm sure, would have voted against us incorporating. Some of you wouldn't, obviously, but the majority. But we didn't have a vote for them to go away and develop their arguments for incorporation, but they went ahead and developed it anyway. And since then, we've had the gradual drip feeding of data protection, first of all, with drastic warnings of what could happen if you breach data protection. But the ICO is only interested if and only if somebody complains. Now, it was mentioned earlier that somebody will put something in a CC list instead of a BCC list. And in fact, recently the ICO fined one organisation £800,000 for exactly that. But there was no context with us. With that, it was that there was gender reassignment. These people were all involved in that. And the list was released, and 4 people going through that process were identified, and it caused serious harm to that person. So they were fined heavily. But in real context, we don't have that. We have retired police officers and widows. We don't have the sensitivity. We have their names and addresses, but we don't have the same sensitivity. And would we be, would somebody complain, and would they get harmed by releasing that data? That's the point I'm trying to make. As soon as, and I think that Bernard Seymour realised that GDPR alone was not going to convince everyone. And then at the road shows, I get told, well, if you have a party and the food is spilt and somebody falls and injures themselves, you can be personally liable and sued. Well, we have personal liability insurance for that. And in fact, the NEC probably have other insurances. And I'm sure maybe that dealt with the issue of their losing the previous CEO. I don't know. But insurance is, that is where I think this is coming from, is that when the last CEO left, it raised serious issues for them, and now we're all asked to be incorporated. The goalposts have changed. We were told, well, if we incorporate as NARPO headquarters, you don't have to. That's not being said now. The goalposts are really beginning to change completely. And lastly, and I'll finish now, finances. We have been promised that we'll keep our own finance systems, but I don't think that will last for long. We're being asked to say at the last series of seminars that we have to change our name to NARPO Limited, and that we move from being a treasurer's account to a business account, a different type of business account. That would all come under NARPO, and that probably we would have to have an NEC director as a co-signatory to our accounts. Well, that was at the Reading... Right. I heard her say that you would have to have... Okay. Finally...
let the speaker speak first.
The last thing was, in agreement with other people, is that there are so many unanswered questions in relation to the costs of all this, the bank accounts, our independence post-incorporation, and the powers of the directors, and they will have more powers. I would vote against this motion and support the idea that we delay this and we get proper answers to the questions that have been raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Grant.
Morning conference. Grant Thorburn, Secretary of Cleveland branch. Rise on behalf of our branch to support the motion in the name of the NEC and to reject the amendment. If you can bear with me just very briefly, particularly after the last delegate mentioned about risk. In a previous role, 14, 15 years ago now, we suffered a major data breach and we had to self-refer into the ICO. Now, I know things have changed slightly over the intervening years, but at that time we were warned that we were potentially facing a large fine. It wasn't our fault. Someone hacked in, did whatever. But I can assure you that caused me and the other members of our executive team some seriously seriously sleepless nights because it was massive amounts of money they can fine you. Incorporation's a no-brainer. We have to do it today. The amendment's just a nonsense. It's just going to kick it into the long grass like NARPO has done in various times. So pass the motion today. Thank you.
John? I'm sorry.
John Marshall, Lincolnshire. Mr Chairman, Conference, I rise to support motion 2. I thank the NEC for facilitating the regional meetings to explain the rationale for change and for the circulated draft articles and rules for the proposed incorporated organisation. They look very similar. They've been drafted very much. There's no big change in that sense. The review article in the May edition of NARPO News, print and online edition, it's still there. It clearly sets out the benefits of change. The advantages far outweigh any disadvantages, and most importantly, a company limited by a guarantee does just that. It guarantees that NARPO and our membership are financially protected. Personal liability is limited by that change. I've actually been a director of incorporated organisation twice, and on reflection, I was quite vulnerable. They were voluntary sector not-for-profits. I'm a member currently of a KIC that Bernard called it, CIC. Guess what? They've had some advice recently, and they are looking to change to an incorporated organisation status. After my police career, I was the company CEO of a small organisation for over a decade. It was a charity. It went from being unincorporated to incorporated as a limited company and a registered charity. The reason for change was the same, for the protection of staff and our members. I've heard nothing on those who've spoken against this motion that makes a lot of sense this morning, because it's just trying to fudge the issue. It is perfectly clear, the reason and rationale for this, it's perfectly clear to me what the impact is likely to be, the benefit to our members. It gives great clarity. We don't need a further feasibility study. The preparatory work and the presentations that I and others have been to is very clear. I didn't hear any questions that we asked at any of the regional meetings that weren't answered when we asked them. And if I'd have had a query, I could have put something through to the centre to say, can you answer this, please? Support the motion. It makes sense, and reject the amendment which doesn't make sense.
Right, the final speaker before we wind up. Would you care to speak? Yes, you. You're the only one left, my dear, if I may say that. She is my dear. I've known her a long time.
Mr President, Conference, Barbara Marchant, Chair of Thames Valley, Buckinghamshire. Been to the roadshow, seen all the information that's come through, and I really appreciate the depth with which the NEC has looked into it. What are we putting off? How vulnerable are we? Last night, there was a big do. In our branch, we have smaller do's. Last night, my vice chairman, through no fault of the NEC, was scolded. Back at the hotel, willing volunteers put lotion and motion on her leg, and it's much better. It could have been much worse. Given our age, we're wandering around here with glass jugs for water. Not all of us are that steady anymore. There's potential. There's potential in absolutely everything we do. An increasingly litigious society. Make no mistake, we're not suing Richard. But there is the potential there. It's been exhausted. It's been presented. We have asked so many questions, and I'm sure everybody here has asked the same questions that we did in our area. Don't kick it in the long grass. Support the motion. Reject the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Right. Does the seconder to the amendment wish to speak? Martin.
Martin Whale, Chairman, London Branch, Secretary, 8 Region. Could I ask first that the amendment please be shown on the screen, please? I hope that we've all read that, because we've heard a lot of recent speakers about long grass and kicking of whatever down into long grass. There's no intention in this. If you read it, we are asking for either the next conference to deal with this, or if necessary, before that, a special conference. We're not asking for this long period which has been spoken to on many cases. When considering what to say in seconding this amendment, I couldn't help thinking of a 70s song, and we've heard it mentioned already, actually. There are more questions than answers. This, to me, is even after attending 2 seminars, reading various documents circulated by the NEC, and even studying our own branch legal advice. One of our main problems, and why this amendment is before you, is that when we, as a branch, met to consider motion 2, when it was sent out by the NEC, no articles or rules had then been circulated. Or even though within the motion, motion 2, you will find that articles and rules are referred to. So there was our problem. Current rules say that amendments must be received by June the 30th, but the circulation of those vital documents, the rules and the articles, were not published till July. So we had to consider the best way to allow proper protest to take place, and that was to submit this amendment, because we had not studied the rules and the articles. And how are we supposed to consult with nearly 17,000 members in our case on the merits of this major change to our organisation without seeing the rules and articles? And another fact, of course, in our case, is knowing how it would affect our employees, who have not yet been consulted in any way, shape or form on where they will be within this new organisation. Because of this failure, we could have decided to vote against this motion, and had that been successful, it would have been put back until 2025. That's before it could be brought to that conference. But we're not opposed. We are not opposed to the principles of incorporation, but strongly object to the fact that we could not and cannot even now lay a proper, complete case for our 17,000 members and for all your members to consider. Whatever view you take on this motion, one thing is crystal clear. The members are the shareholders of NARPO Limited. Branches or regions are, and I quote, individual groups of those members. Anyway, what's the rush? 102 years in its current form, and I haven't heard, and I have been involved for some time, of any large claims being made against NARPO, and also I haven't heard of our insurance companies reneging on any claims of NARPO may have made against our NARPO individuals. But these two really were the main reasons we were told at the various meetings that this was a major step, and this has been repeated many times. So let's get it right and task the NEC to go away from this conference, fully inform the membership and I say again, the membership, not delegates, the membership, deal with the points which are not yet decided, then bring this back to conference either next year or, as our motion amendment says, to a special conference when we can accept this motion with confidence. Support the amendment to motion 2 and give the NEC the time to get it right for our members. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the mover of the amendment wish to speak? No? Thank you. In that case, does the seconder of the motion wish to speak? Robin?
Oh, it's awfully bright up here. Good afternoon, or good morning. It's still morning, afternoon? Morning, conference. Mr. President, Vice President, Mr. CEO. My name is Robin Michaelides. As you can see, I'm one of the younger members of the NEC. And I am talking on behalf of the NEC and my branch, Wigan and Lee branch, and we are opposing the amendment to the motion. I heard London Branch speaking before about all the members having a vote, but unfortunately, as our current rules stand at the moment, we can't do that. So if you want to do that, put a motion in, change the rules, and we can go forward and do that in the future. But as we stand now, it's only the delegates in the room, 2/3 of which have to approve a motion for it to succeed. Okay, moving on. Incorporation is about protection and managing risk. It's about protecting you and your members. Would you rather take the risk of being exposed to an uncapped personal liability, and it is personal, where you could lose your money, your home, any other assets you may have, or limit it to £1, because that's what we're proposing to do. Limit your liability to £1. And that pound more than likely will be safe, because to send a postage letter out these days costs more than that pound, unfortunately. So I don't even think you'd have to pay £1. So when faced with this choice, why would you or your members take the risk? And why would you take the risk on their behalf by not becoming incorporated? The proposed amendment asks for time to do a feasibility study, but as has already been mentioned, we have already done this. We've undertook a preliminary exploration of a proposed project to determine its merits and viability. And fundamentally, feasibility means if the project will work or not. And yes, we've been told it will work by people more learned than me, and I'm starting my 3rd degree in 2 weeks' time. So I would like to think that if these people get paid lots of money to make these decisions on our behalf, they know what they're talking about. So all they've told us, the benefits far outweigh any downside, and your downside is you've got a liability of £1, and unfortunately you have to change your bank account, which is not very onerous. It is, in some regards, for treasurers of the branch who have to go in and do it, but apart from that, it's not a massive inconvenience. So at present, when we, as a committee in a branch, do anything, we are in fact personally liable for our decisions. In other words, we can be sued. So as an unincorporated organization, which is not separate from its members, the major disadvantage... Oh, no, sorry. Forget, I've gone off on a tangent. I'm just going to skip right to the bottom. I strongly urge conference to reject this amendment so we can all get protected. If we think it can't happen to us, well, let's just look at the Police Federation. They have got a massive liability coming their way, and I don't think they can afford to pay it. In our case, if that happened, you would all be liable, so we most probably could pay any liability, but you'd all be paying for it, for us. So if that's the case, I strongly urge you, oppose this motion, amendment to the motion, and support the motion too. Thank you.
Thank you. And if the mover of the motion would like to respond to wind up.
I'll be brief. Suggestions have been made that we should delay this decision until next year. Conference, or to call an extraordinary conference. Another one of these? Apart from the significant costs to the centre and branches, this extends our vulnerability, your vulnerability, our vulnerability, and hardship, possibly ruin. We need to get on with this. The solicitors and accountants have thoroughly examined in detail all the issues involved and are completely satisfied that this is appropriate now to proceed. Now, as far as I'm concerned, that's called a feasibility study. We've done it. We've liaised with our members. 92,000 get this magazine. So it's wrong to say that we never got in touch with our members. We have. They all get that magazine. They all got the ability to read. Please support the motion, reject the amendment.
Yes. Right then, we move to the vote. Have we got the... Okay. We'll just put up the reminder of the voting procedure. But as we move to the vote, stewards, please, the doors. Here we are. If you wish to vote for the motion, the amendment first. If you wish to vote for the amendment, press button A. If you wish to vote against the amendment, press button B. And if you wish to abstain, if you wish, you can press button C. Would you now please vote? That amendment is lost. So we now move to the vote, please. The vote on motion 2 in the name of the NEC. Again, those in favour, A. Those against, B. Abstain, C. Could you vote now, please? You sure? I'm quite happy to carry it forward. Okay. That is carried. Thank you for all who took part and for the different views. I respect the different views, and we all have different opinions. But thank you, and we will continue. Of course, we will not be incorporated today. It will not happen before next year at the earliest, but progress will be made, and I thank you. Next in the agenda is the History Society, but as it's now, I make it 10 to 12, 10 to 1. Thank you. It's not as bad as dropping the picture frame, is it? We'll break for lunch. We could be back for 2 o'clock. Just for your information, please, this is important. First of all, the doors through the winter gardens will be opened so that you can exit at that side of the building where there are many outlets for food. There are 2 places to buy food within the building, but as you leave, would you all please make sure you're wearing your delegates or observer badges? A, it's difficult for the stewards if you haven't, and B, if you go outside, you won't get back into the building. So please take your delegate badges with you. What? You can take your permits in lieu, apparently, of the delegate badges. Thank you there. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can make a start, we're slightly late, but I'm sure we'll be able to make up the time. It's my pleasure to introduce first Paul Griffiths and Kate Halpin, who are leading members of, and they will talk to you about the History Society. I hope many of you have visited the exhibitors and you will have seen their stall, and no doubt they will have encouraged you to join. But we'll have a short but interesting presentation from them. Please, Paul and Kate.
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself and Kate were talking about the Police History Society, and we were talking about, right, we'll try and bring history alive. So what slot do they give us? Immediately after lunch. How am I going to keep you alive? We're going to try our best. So let's just go through a couple of things. I am a serving officer. My glide path comes to an end next year, so I will be a part of you and your membership in this fine association. So embrace me, look after me, please. I'm pressing the button and nothing's happening, so... There we go, so a little bit more. So we're going to, despite the fact that I'm a serving officer, I am actually going to talk about the Police History Society. It's a little obsession of 350 members in trying to take this forward, and we are going to bring it alive and make it a little bit more interesting. It's not dry, rather. We've got a Twitter page, we've got a Facebook page. For those who dread to go onto social media, please have a link up, and we'll put that at the end as well. So what are we about? We're actually about educating the public in police history, and actually there's been quite a revival in the last 12 months because actually they see it as a great engagement with the public, and we've always known that, but actually there's starting to be a revitalisation around museums and history, which is great. So what we actually do as a charity is just provide a network for anybody interested in police history. We encourage the preservation of historical items, and a number have come to the stall that we've got down there and talked about what they own, you know, the stuff from the past, which is amazing. And we also provide small grants and research on police history because we try to get the money together to keep propelling it forward. Our patron is Lord Stevens, who's actually still quite active and supportive of us, which is absolutely fantastic. And our president, just very recently, is Peter Neyrud, who many of you will know, former Chief Constable, who joined us at the committee meeting last week, that was online, just to add his support for it. So it's really good. Formed in 1985, we've got over 350 members. They're serving and retiring officers, they're writers, academics, museum creators. We've got a whole range of people. But what we do share is an absolute wealth of knowledge and an amazing network. I'm not brilliant at this stuff, but actually every question can be answered by the 350 because there's so much out there. Recent successes for us is we've forged actually a very good partnership with NARPO. So if you've read the magazine, you would have seen that we put an entry in there on every magazine, which is a little story from some of our academic and police writers. We've been asked to do presentations for the Home Office officials, which is really good about them understanding all about policing. We've secured sponsorship. We are resolving a number of membership queries. And what tends to happen is people come into us saying, can you tell us this about a historical issue with Chester Police or whatever? And actually, we won't know at the centre, but once we put it out to the network, there'll be some expert out there that will give the answer, which is an amazing network. We produce newsletters, an annual journal and publications, and our membership base is increasing. We hold a conference, if anybody likes a conference. I think you all like a conference. Ours is in November at Leatherhead. We've got mates rates with the Federation, which is really good. And we're increasing our use of technology so we can reach a lot of people. For all those that want to find out, we did actually appear on Have I Got News For You? But that's an interesting little concept for us. But we want to bring it alive, and I'm going to invite Kate, who's the Vice Chair of the Police History Society, to talk a little bit about women in policing. So I'll hand over to Kate.
Thanks, Paul. So I should have come with a prop as a plug, because a plug is that the History Society are going to publish its first book next March, and it's going to be on women in policing from all across the country, mainly in the past, but for, 1915 saw the first woman with the power of arrest, Edith Smith, and since in the 10 years since then, most forces have celebrated 100 years since women joined their ranks, and I took part in a lot of the work for the Met women joining. So there's a book coming out. Most of us aren't writers. You know, Paul said we've got academics, historians. We've just got people that are keen in things. And some of you that have come around this morning and told us what you've been involved in, if you haven't written it down, who's going to know? And we're not archiving things as well as we should. So I'm just going to give you a quick run through of some of the people that might feature in our book and who should be remembered, whose place should be marked in history. So Edith Smith joined Lincolnshire Police in 1915 in Grantham. She was there to police the munitions factories because they tended to attract prostitutes to keep the munitions workers entertained after they left work. She'd actually been a nurse before she joined the police. She was married with 4 children, trained as a midwife, and then her husband died and she needed something else to do. And World War I saw the whole position of women change. So as the men went off to war, women were doing the roles the men traditionally did. And volunteer women patrols set up. A lot of them were the suffragettes. The Met Museum has got letters from the Pankhursts saying we should be allowed to police ourselves. And even the Daily Express, no less, interviewed a policeman saying, you know, there's now women typists have been allowed into Scotland Yard. They was the first women. Do you think we'll have police women? And he said in 1916, not even if the war lasts another 50 years. So we'd like to know where he is. But Edith was that pioneer, first woman with a power of arrest. But different era, because she joined in 1915. She actually resigned in 1917 because she'd not had a day off for 2 years. Whatever your views on Brexit, the EU working time regs didn't exist then. And but really tragically, because of her place in history, she left, set up a nursing home, and she took her own life in 1924. And we're not sure why. But without Edith, I wouldn't be here. She was from Grantham, home of Margaret Thatcher. And on behalf of the History Society, I took part in a video that they made in Grantham to mark what would have been 100 years since Margaret Thatcher's birth there, so the great women of Grantham, but Edith was one of them. As I said, I took part in some of the centenary celebrations for the Met centenary of the women joining, and they first appeared in their uniforms, as you see here, 17th of May 1919. They'd actually joined in the back end of 1918 rather. After much pressure from various people, the commissioner at the time, Sir Neville Macready, really didn't want them, and finally said that he would recommend them as an experiment, and it was to be an experiment in every sense of the word. And he specifically said he didn't want any vinegary old spinsters or middle-aged fanatics, for which reads suffragettes. And the Daily Mail, no less, on the 3rd of October 1918, when they liked us, actually welcomed this decision and said, this is another breakthrough by women of that long line of positions that were only assumed to be fitting for men. Women are likely to be firm and efficient constables. Our urban life will be cleaner by the presence of the woman constable. She is less likely to be lenient than the policeman and less inclined to look the other way. Woman is not to be cajoled. When a woman has a sense of duty, she is inflexible. That's when the Daily Mail liked us, as I said. I mean, that photo is interesting. So the 17th of May 1919, after World War I, St Paul's, Westminster Abbey in London were having services every day, really, for several months to recognise the men that had given their lives in World War I. And the 17th of May 1919 was the service at Westminster Abbey to recognise the men of the Metropolitan Police, both police staff and policemen that had passed away. And this was when the women first appeared in uniform. And the woman in the bigger hat there is Sophia Stanley, the first ever female superintendent. You might call her a direct entry superintendent, but we won't go there. And she got mucked about because the women actually got their warrant cards in the separate women's police department. They started at number 1. So when I retired, I was warrant number 9,293, and I always wondered, well, who was number 1, and got Googling about 20, 25 years ago and discovered Mrs. Stanley and what she'd done. But she kept saying to the Commissioner, when are my ladies going to get their uniform? Mrs. Stanley, there's been a war, we've got no money, you're not top of the list. And so I think they thought they were going to sort of make her go away. And she said, don't you worry, I'll get my tailor to sort this out. And those uniforms were made by Harrods. Suffice to say, they're not made by Harrods now. But that photo was taken on the Commonwealth steps. On the left-hand side, you've got the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. On the right-hand side, you've got the Treasury. And for those that have been to London, they're literally at the bottom where the Churchill War Museum is now, the Cabinet War Rooms. But if you look to the top from your view, the top right-hand corner, look at the 4 men looking down the steps, the one on his pipe, and the one texting his mates going, WTAF, or whatever that means. Because they'd never seen anything like it. The public had never seen anything like it. The public were saying, are they from Fred Carno's circus? What's going on? How do we know so much about these women? Well, another woman from Grantham was Lillian Wiles, warrant number 23 in that lot. And she'd also trained as a nurse, like Edith. Of those first 25, 50 women to join, she was the only one to complete 30 years service. And she forced her way into the CID. And we say everyone's got a book in them. Well, who would have thought that in 1951, after she retired, she wrote a book, A Woman at Scotland Yard. It's out of print. We've written to Faber and Faber several times to try and get it into print. I've got a copy of it. I lent it to the previous Commissioner, Cressida, and when I asked for it back, was told she'd given it back to me. I said, no, I'd remember it. So she finally found it, so I've forgiven her. But Lillian was born in Margate, went to a finishing school in Paris. Fortunately, we don't have to go to finishing schools in Paris, or I'd never got joined. And she actually wanted to be a barrister. In 1919, the same year that women joined, same year that women got the vote, they let women join other professions, and she'd been one of the volunteer patrols, and she thought it would be a worthwhile thing to join the police. And just a few quotes from her book, which may resonate now, I don't know. The men of the Metropolitan Police, stolid and dependable, were slow to accept any new ideas for their own benefit or any person's. And she said, the superintendents of the divisions to which the new women were posted were worried men. They did not know what on earth to do with these police women, what functions could be assigned to them. Indeed, what duties could they safely be permitted to undertake at all. To a man, they deprecated this utterly foolish experiment, women police. And she talked about when she went out on patrol, she went out with another officer, female officer, but they had to be followed at 10 paces by 2 policemen. So it didn't make life particularly difficult, easy. And then she said, she's clearly a very bright woman, and she thought, my skills are not being used here, being followed everywhere by 2 policemen. So she said she wanted to try and get into the CID and deal with crimes against women and children. But she said, of the CID. To be perfectly honest, there was not a great deal of love lost between the 2 departments, each looking at each other with slight contempt. The CID are fond of calling themselves the Cinderella of the service. But she joined the CID, and then having got in, she said, I was not wanted in the CID. But she was clearly spot on with her observations, as she said, a new departure in the police is never very acceptable. Like individuals that get into a rut, so that any novelty is a positive anathema to them, so it is with the police. At first, the CID eyed their woman recruits with a slightly jaundiced expression. Well, if Lillian was looking down, most CIDs now are over 50% women. She retired in 1949, where she said, women were firmly entrenched in the CID up to a permitted strength of 48 and 2 in the special branch. And she was really proud of everything she'd done and the struggles. I mean, the book will cover more, but the experiment was actually ended after 2 years because of what was called the Geddes Acts, which was really a comprehensive spending review where they said, actually, we don't need those women police. But Lady Astor, first female MP, got up in the House of Commons and said, no, you definitely do need those women police. And that's why some of us are here today. So Lillian died, or she went off and did some other work, died and was buried in Sennon in Cornwall. And we found out she was in an unmarked grave. So for the centenary, part of the celebrations, the Met Women's Police Association funded a gravestone, and we went down on a very wet and windy day in Cornwall. And well, that's down to Beverly Edwards, who's the chair then, but that says, the inscription says, we stand upon the shoulders of such pioneers. So we have a lot to thank Lillian for. A couple more to whip through. One of the recent issues of Police History Society magazine has focused on medals, and these two women were remarkable, Kathleen Parrott and Ethel Bush. They were the first women to get the George Medal for bravery, civilian medal for bravery, but I'm going to focus on Ethel because I was fortunate enough to do the eulogy at her funeral in June 2016, just a month after she turned 100, and we'd marked her 100th. And she joined the Met in 1946, retired in 1971. After she completed her training, she was posted to the East End, and within 6 months got her first commendation, and it was for sagacity in recognising and arresting a wanted woman on description. We don't give out many commendations for sagacity now, do we? Which is for being wise and level-headed. But she got promoted to sergeant and went to Croydon, which some of you who sort of know London or that area will know, the Fairfield Hall's concert hall there. There was a man going around attacking women, attacking them from behind in a dark alley. So in true police style, they were sent out in plain clothes as decoys. No radios, no cameras. And both of them, Kathleen got hold of him, didn't quite hang on to him. Ethel got hold of him a different time, and he turned around and hit her over the head with a 6-pound log, making her really quite badly injured. And the suspect, George Barnett, got 10 years at the Old Bailey for GBH, and we think sentences are lenient today. But the judge commended them, and they got their George medals. That's after receiving them at Buckingham Palace from a very young Queen Elizabeth. She retired in 1971, and just before she retired, she got another commendation for determination in the case of illegal gambling. Now, my grandfather was in the Met at that time, but I've clarified it wasn't for his illegal gambling, it was for others. But she gave an interview when she retired, and I've met women that worked with her and men that have worked with her, and she never mentioned her medal once. But when she retired, she felt the police service wasn't the service she joined. There were too many governors, too much bureaucracy, and she was fearful of the plans to integrate the women's police service as part of the Equal Pay Act. But again, we owe Ethel and Kathleen a debt for what they've done for policing. Just as now, where we want to recruit, it's got a more diverse workforce, here's a couple of examples of recruitment literature. And then they realised that probably was a bit of, they must be hefty. So they then decided to appear to the more glamorous side of life. So the Met in the 60s commissioned Norman Hartnell to redesign the uniform. Norman Hartnell was the Queen's dressmaker, and this was his sketches. But they did press releases which said the hallmark of Mr. Norman Hartnell's design for the new uniform to be worn by the women of the Met is its combination of elegance and comfort with utility. He's accomplished this while maintaining the necessary aspect of legal authority. And the cloak to be worn in place of the coat adds an imaginative touch. as I say, not Harrods. By those accounts, we'd be getting Stella McCartney to design the uniforms now, but we don't. I'm not sure whether lots of women saw that and thought, I must join the police. I'm not hefty now, but I'm going to have a cape. Last couple of sort of women, there are so many, there'd be more in the book. Cicely Faye Allen, who died just 2 years ago now. First black woman to join not just the Met, the police anywhere in the UK in 1968. She'd been a nurse as well, come over from Jamaica, had always wanted to join the police, but went into nursing to start with, then saw the advert and applied. And she said, I realised I was a history maker. I didn't set out to make history. I just wanted a change of direction. And on her first day, she spent more time running away from journalists and reporters. She got a lot of pushback from her own community who thought it was degrading going from nursing to policing. She returned to Jamaica, joined the Jamaican police force, and again, as part of revisiting history, her place has been recognised, and she received some long overdue recognition before she passed away. Last woman I'm going to talk about, Karpal Kaur Sandhu, first Asian woman to join the Met in 1971. This is quite a tragic story. She'd actually been a nurse as well. There is a theme with policing and nursing. When she joined, she was married with 2 children. She'd come over from Zanzibar. Her family didn't want her to join. Her husband certainly didn't want her to join. And he actually took the children and took them aboard. So she actually resigned to go and get them back. Her probationary reports, her chief superintendent described her contribution as invaluable, both with colleagues and the community. She got them back, came back, was living in Walthamstow in November 1973. As she's getting ready for late turn, her husband turned up and sadly murdered her. But she tried to arrest him, and so she's in the roll of honour as she was the second ever female officer in the Met to be killed on duty. So that is a whistle-stop tour of just some of the women. There's many more. The Police History Society isn't all about women's history, but as I said at the start, it's because we've been doing a lot of working for the centenary. The Met finished off in coming full circle, and that was 12 people, uniforms not by Harrods, the tailors made them in May 2019, and we took over Westminster Abbey to have a service to recognise those women. But there'll be women from all over the country. You know, we're in Lancashire. One of the people to feature will be Pauline Clare. It'll be 30 years in 2025 since she became a chief constable, and we're hoping she's going to write the foreword. You're all part of our history. We're great at telling stories. Get them written down. If you want to write an article on an investigation or something you did, we're not, something that needs to be academically peer-reviewed. We just want to get as much information out there as possible. So I'll hand you back to Paul now. So.
I asked Kate to bring it alive, and I hope that was a really good input on women in policing, and something that we're really pushing on. You are, as Kate has just said, you are all part of police history, and if you're interested in joining our fantastic network, we do articles, newsletters, journals, etc., online presentations as well. We're starting to move a bit digitally. We've got our annual conference for networking, presentations, gala dinner, and we also give grants and research for those that are interested in pursuing this a little bit more. But don't listen just to me, listen to one of your colleagues as well. And this is from Graham Cassidy in Doncaster branch. And I think the one phrase that really grabs me there is the police family. And for me, we're all part of this police family. We're, serving officer, it's a tough time for the serving officers. And actually, this is the time I think we can all step up to the mark and protect our, what is the best police service in the world. And you carried the baton, and you took that forward. And our appeal to you is, come and join us. £1 a month. You can't even buy a chocolate bar, can you, for that? We did say fill in a form, but we were going to be the morning entertainment, weren't we? And we ended up being the afternoon. So there won't be a stall down there. But either through our Twitter, Facebook. If you go onto the internet and have a look as well, there's plenty of opportunity. I will leave some leaflets down there as well. It'd be great to have you on board and start learning from you as well in terms of your history, because there's stories everywhere, and there's people as entertaining as Kate on different stories which really do excel what we do as a historical society. That's me and Kate finished. We'll put these leaflets down the bottom, but we did start by saying some of the people who have already come forward and wanted to be members have gone into a bit of a raffle. Bottle of whiskey. She doesn't want to give it away, I know. But the winner is Carolyn Harley, which I think is just down there. So a round of applause. And that's all, folks. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Well, yeah, thank you, Paul and Kate, for both informative and extremely amusing history of the Police Women's Department, as was, I hasten to add. Thank you very much. It's all right, they left me a form. Looks like I'm joining. So we'll move on. We go straight to motion number 3. Motion number 3, please. Right, motion number 3, standing in the name of London. Is the motion moved? Yes. And seconded? Thank you. Thank you, Don.
Good afternoon, Conference. Don Ratcliffe, Secretary, London Branch. This is a motion that was carried over from last year's conference and is particularly relevant to this morning's proceedings. So why do we need a written business plan? And it should be written, otherwise it doesn't exist. How should it, what should it contain? It should illustrate how the association is organised, run and by whom. It should also contain an explanation as to why NARPO exists, the structure of the organisation, what NARPO wants to deliver to its members, and how it's going to achieve this aim. It should illustrate the association's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats, in other words, a SWOT analysis. Now, at present, the objectives of the organisation are contained within Section 3 of the rules. And whilst these are very admirable, they do not explain how the organisation is going to achieve these goals and how they're going to be measured. A written business plan should contain this detail. For instance, if the main objective of NARPO is to safeguard the rights of members and to promote measures for their welfare with particular regard to pensions, how is this going to be achieved? Who will undertake the work? How do we measure that success? And what is expected of branches? A written business plan should also contain an operational plan as to how these objectives might be reached and what resources are required. For instance, if welfare is delivered at branch level, what resources will be provided from the centre? For instance, in 2021, we underspent on training courses by some £17,000, but then spent more than the budget in 2022, with the actual figure rising to 46,000 or plus. What effect has that actually had on the service delivery levels? How many HQ staff are required to deliver an efficient service to members? And what expectation did HQ have of branches? It should also include planned or proposed strategic changes to the association, such as moving from an unincorporated association to an incorporated association. Where was that written down? The operational plan should be supported by a financial plan illustrating the projected income and expenditure, and where these targets are not achieved, the steps that will need to be taken to identify the shortfall or otherwise. We will all be aware of Branch Circular 16 of 23, written by Richard Atkinson. In fact, that was a rewrite of Branch Circular 13 of 23. Richard Atkinson is our financial controller, and that circular has now been approved by the NEC, which shows projected shortfalls of over 252,000 for 2023, and a projected shortfall of over 284,000 in 2024. What measures have been put in place to address this issue? A proper business plan should contain scenarios which are considered when these hurdles are encountered. There does not seem to be any mention of or proposals within the draft minutes of the NEC July meeting. There should also be a marketing plan to explain what measures NARPO intends to adopt in delivering services and products to its members and others. If revenue is to be raised through marketing initiatives, then these need to be clearly laid out. Goals identified and scenarios covering good performance and underperformance. If we have a marketing officer, and I will be very surprised if a document of this nature does not already exist. But it should not be a standalone document. It should be an integrated part of a written business plan. Human resources are also a very important element of a successful business plan, which should be reviewed constantly and any shortcomings addressed. Now, again, we have no doubt that some of these elements exist within separate policies or strategy documents. The trouble is, these are not always shared with branches, supposedly on the grounds of confidentiality. How an organisation is run should not be a secret from its members. Now, I suspect the NEC will oppose this motion, and I also suspect that their argument might be a work is already in hand to devise a business plan, albeit that they might not call it by that name. The documents exist which determine the governance of the organisation, or that NARPO is a small and medium enterprise, an SME, and NARPO don't need a business plan. We firmly believe that now is the right time for these elements to be brought together within one document, adopted by the organisation, timelines set, and most importantly, the results reported at each conference to allow questions to be asked of the NEC and the CEO about their performance. That would be transparent governance in an open setting and allow for good debate. Please support the motion, and to use a phrase often used by NEC members, let's have an organisation that's fit for the 21st century. Thank you for listening.
Reserve the right, thank you. There's no other speaker, so I'll ask Bob Watson to put the point on behalf of the National Executive. Thank you, Bob.
Good afternoon, conference. I'm sorry I'm a bit late there, but when I get my new knee, I'll be super fast. I'm Secretary of Northumbria Branch, an NEC member, and representing number 2 region, and I want to put the NEC view of opposition to the motion. The author from London is quite right, and so is our Chief Executive, in that we have discussed issues and rejected the formulation of a business plan once a year at conference and reviewing it. Instead, we've gone for a strategic business plan model, which is more modern. It's a live document. Business plan is dead as soon as you print it. If the business plan sets out what you want to do for the following year, something else comes up the following month, it's dead, it can't be put in. I know among you in conference, there's not a few who have started up businesses, and I think that's the same, I kind of see for the light there, I think that's the same for the London members. We've all set up businesses, we've all been directors. Some fail, some prosper, but the realities are that a formal business plan can be over 100 pages. Full of all kinds of strange things, like competitive market analysis, I've got that given to me the other week, and financial forecasting. Wow. You know who reads business plans? It's banks and funders and the DWP. You know who writes business plans? Businesses who are looking for capital funding. Of course, revenue funding is rarely agreed to. I've tried it. I have owned, as a lot of you have, and been a director of several companies, including kick companies, which were mentioned before there. It was actually football teams. But anyway, I've been involved with such businesses since 1990, before I actually retired. And I know, talking to you over the years, that many of you have run a parallel path to what I've done. The first directorship I had was with the Citizens Advice Bureau. And the work that went to the business plan for that was phenomenal, with up to 45 pages.
This is because the CAB attracted and received funding from several sources, charitable sources, all requiring a substantial paper trail, such as a plain business plan. My own company started up with a business plan, a cost analysis and financial projection. This was only 8 pages long, still 8 pages, but it had to be reviewed every year, and a sharp left out, I didn't get the funding. We are neither in NARPO a startup company, nor do we pursue grants. We have dedicated funding from subscriptions. We don't need it, just as a matter of interest. I mean, the running costs, the on costs for the organisation are 1.3 million, very approximately, and subscriptions amount to 700,000. The remainder is brought through commissions, rentals, you name it, and that's through the good offices under Alan of Wakefield. Conference, the proposal here is to create a business plan that will be agreed by conference annually and reported back through the floor annually with discussion from the floor. I just wonder, and I've got something mentioned down here, I just wonder, has anybody got an extra 2 days for conference? Can we stick them on the end? Look at the 8 inside your agenda. There's 8 items from this last year being reported on. Most things we get, our goals are off-stated. We revolve around protecting pensions and support for the welfare of our members and families. That is our raison d'etre. Don't often speak French, but there you go. Most things that do not pass a high bar with us, with these goals, do not get funding or support. We get many suggestions through the year to the NEC, and a lot of them don't make funding at all for various reasons. However, we do get numerous requests to change policies, and I better hurry up, and also agree support that comes through our erstwhile chief executive. We also get a substantial number of suggestions from business manager Sophie to take on different contacts and company arrangements. Where does this leave us? Policies and business models on a pure business plan would, through this motion, be passed at conference and reviewed every 12 months. The NEC works through issues in a strategic manner which are reported every five times a year through Super Sleuth, all reported to branches, and you can see exactly what we are doing. And as I say, in the agenda, it's reported in the agenda, and you can discuss it there, either discussing it through the President, through the Chief Executive, or actually through your representatives from the NEC. At the moment, the number of strategies are huge. They come in every month, and long-term issues such as pensions for life, MacLeod and Sergeant repayments. Short-term issues are the police covenant and refurbishment of NARPO House. I'm finishing in a couple of seconds. Conference, you've got the choice to carry on with yearly reporting and continue with a strategic business model which gives you constant updates. Right, okay, yeah. Anyway, regardless of the vote, conference, I thank London for the report, for the motion. Thank you.
Do you wish to speak? Yeah, please. No, not you. Yes?
Good afternoon, Chair, Conference. This is my first NARPO conference. I don't really know many of you here. I'm obviously one of the younger members again, as was said earlier. The problem we have is comments raised... Oh, sorry, Matt Talbot Hartron, Nottinghamshire. Sorry, forgot that bit. The point that was raised earlier is, year on year, we are having increased membership, so our membership fund is going to be increased. Now, the issues that have just been raised by the NEC in relation to the business plans that they have set up is that we need to show, as an organisation, we are working with the members' money. We need to show what is being done to bring the revenues in. So that annual report of a business plan is all about making sure our bed is made and we are feathering our own nests. We've got to be there for our members, and we've got to support the people who need the help. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please. Kevin?
Good afternoon, Kevin Moore, Branch Secretary, Eastbourne District, Sussex, number 5 region. I've listened carefully and read carefully the motion proposed by London branch, and I can understand exactly what they're driving at. But dare I say it, I fear that this is another piece of bureaucracy, if it's voted in, that will just be that, bureaucracy, and very little attention will be paid to it by us and members anyway. So it begs the question, why is we need it at all? We are here to represent our members, particularly those that serve, like I do, as a branch officer. It's our responsibility to read carefully, every time they're issued, and we get them earlier now, the minutes of the NEC meetings. If we do that, then you can spot within that different issues that crop up. One of those very definitely is finance, and recently, as a result of reading that very carefully, I posed a number of questions on behalf of my membership to our NEC reps in the South East region. They were onto it straight away and put it through for answering at the centre. Subsequently, as a result of Alan Lee speaking to Mr Atkinson, ultimately I received the answers to my questions. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be a mechanism for feeding back the questions I posed and the answers that were given to me, which is probably something we do need to look at. But I would suggest, therefore, that the current system provides sufficient accountability already, and we don't need yet another layer of bureaucracy. I suggest and urge you to reject the motion. Thank you.
Martin, would you like to speak? Yeah.
Conference, even though I put a jacket on, I am still Martin Whale, the chairman of London. I'm not trying to fool you, honestly. Chairman, if you allow me just one quick comment on the history debate from Kate. It really stirred the memories up. Ethel Bush, I was a young recruit sitting around Sullet Police Station. She was at DS and briefed us. I can't remember what the briefing was, but I remember I'd forgotten all about it. So thank you for stirring my memory up and remembering that remarkable woman. Thank you for that. So I'll go on to the. I'm involved in various organisations still. One as a county councillor. I'm a town councillor. I'm on the executive of an area of outstanding national beauty and various others. They've all got an annual business plan. Small or big, they do this. They all link it to their agendas so that the matter being discussed is taken back to the document. And I don't think we're 100 miles apart. We've heard that, I think, from the platform, that we've got a strategic business plan. I'm not quite sure how that differs from our suggestion in this motion. And I don't think that the scaremongery, this is going to produce a huge lot more work for our National Executive Committee, is warranted. This is something which is taking us into the modern world. It's taken us into 2023 in business terms. We've just voted this morning, or some of us have, to incorporate into a company. A company will definitely, all companies have a business plan linked to strategic actions to be taken. So this isn't going to be a lot more work. This is something they ought to be doing now already, and will certainly have to do when the incorporation starts. So support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Don, you want to sum up?
There's just 2 points that I want to raise. Nowhere in my motion does it say that I want it agreed each year at conference. I want it reviewed at conference. In other words, there should be a document. Strategic, to my mind, and we're playing around with words again, whether it be feasible or not, but strategic, to my mind, means something that is all constantly changing and evolving. So therefore, what I'm asking for is a written business plan, albeit strategic. It should still be written down. It should still be reported to at a conference. I'm not asking for it to be agreed at conference. And as regards the matter to do with the minutes, I'm very familiar with the NEC minutes, They are written in a very abbreviated fashion. I dare say because of the change to articles and rules that were passed this morning, that will have to change in the future, because the articles say that all decision making has to be fully recorded, which they're not at the present time. At the present time, it does not include those items within the NEC minutes. So I have to take issue with those that suggest that they are comprehensive at the moment. As I say, please support this motion.
Thank you then. We go to the vote. Stewards, the doors, please. The same again. If you vote in favour, press button A. Vote against, press button B. And if you don't wish to do either, press button C. There we go. Thank you. Ooh. Well, the yes does not exceed 50%, so I'm afraid it's lost. Well, I'm not afraid it's lost. It is lost. That's the decision. You open the doors, please. Move on to motion 4 in the name of Dorset. Is that moved? Is that moved? Yes. Is it seconded? Thank you. Ooh, a love letter. Oh, okay. Thank you. Right. Okay. Thank you, Norman. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. I am Norman Robertson, Chairman of the Dorset Branch. President, ladies and gentlemen, I propose this motion which makes an amendment to one of our rules on behalf of the Dorset Branch. Rule 6.2 makes it quite clear that those former officers who have been dismissed or required to resign are not entitled to join NARPO. However, there is a loophole within the rules. They do not take into account the changes in legislation. In 2017, regulations were brought in which allows a force to take an officer to a gross misconduct hearing despite the fact that that individual has retired or resigned from the force. To illustrate the point we're hoping to make is that is a case that happened in Dorset about 3 or 4 years ago. A superintendent serving at the time was investigated in relation to a number of serious allegations involving dishonesty. He was suspended from the force whilst the investigation was ongoing. Prior to the conclusion of the investigation and prior to any proceedings being conducted, he retired. He had completed 30 years service and he retired. The force considered the matter so serious that they decided under these regulations to still take him to a misconduct hearing. He attended the hearing to defend himself. The hearing lasted several days. The allegations were proved and the panel decided that had he still been a serving officer, he would have been dismissed. This is an example where our current rules would mean that superintendent could be accepted into NARPO. He hadn't been dismissed or required to resign from the force. Our rules do not cover the changes that were brought in by the 2017 regulations and should be amended. I accept that under Rule 7.1, a branch secretary can reject any application that comes in. But that's assuming that the branch secretary has some information about the individual. We should make it perfectly clear within our rules what is and what isn't acceptable. Currently, anyone going on the website or looking at an application form it makes it quite clear that if someone's been dismissed or required to resign, they will not be accepted. We should add this additional bit that had they been subject of a misconduct hearing, having resigned or retired, and the decision of the panel was that they would have been dismissed had they been serving, that should also mean that that individual should not be accepted into NARPO. We've passed the motion to incorporate the association. I think it's even more important, and it will be more important, that our rules are current and reflect legislation within an incorporated organisation. And remember that once a person has joined NARPO, they could become a committee member, they could become a branch official, they could join the NEC, they could even become president. Please support this motion to ensure that our rules reflect current legislation and allow us to maintain a level of integrity within our organisation. Thank you.
Thank you, Norman. Does the seconder wish to speak or reserve the right? Reserve the right. Will you speak, sir? One motion. Are you for or against?
I'm against.
You're against, thank you.
Against, yeah. President, Deputy CEO. Hello, my name's Dave Walker and I'm the Secretary of Doncaster Branch. A few years ago, I spoke at Southport about my experience at ILPC and an 8-year investigation into myself over Rotherham CSE. I've been cleared of that now. Came out of it with a report that said I was dedicated, professional and diligent. 6 years of my retirement encompassed that investigation. It would have been dead easy for me, and sometimes I think I should have done, said, do you know what, push it where the sun don't shine, put me on bad list, I'm not bothered because the effect on my health is too significant. But I didn't. I am fairly sure that there'd be plenty of people in here who would have thought, do you know what, do what you want to do. That would have precluded me from being here today. That can't be right. What the motion comes from a good place, and I get it. I don't think we're that far apart. But to force it on people is not right. We have, as branches, got the discretion not to accept people. I accept that information is not easy to get, but we can get it. It's no different than if we bring the rule in. There's no statutory obligation for them to inform NARPO. So, with the greatest respect to Dorset, I don't really want Dorset telling me who can be a member of my branch. The motion's based on what we assume is a level playing field. Well, it's not a level playing field. There can't be one person here who doesn't think it is stacked against a police officer from day one we're being served papers, because it is. Anybody who wants to speak to me after about my experiences, come up to me. It is stacked against you from every corner, right from the organisation, right to the LPC, right to what they put in the media, what they write about you. And it's going to get worse, because what they're now trying to say is, if you're served with papers, you won't even be entitled to legal advice, not free. So you'll have to go into those hearings with no legal advice. Well, not you personally, because it's done for all of us, isn't it? But we're talking about cops 10, 20 years down the road here. So it's not a level playing field. The threshold is so horrifically low for gross misconduct. It sits at about 33%. That means 67% of that assumption is, actually, you haven't done it. Yet we're putting cops through this. I am not an exception. I wish I were an exception. I think the 8 years is fairly exceptional, but I am not the exception. This happens all the time. So who wants to be under investigation for 6 years into your retirement just for it to be found not guilty, let's say, just so you can join NARPO? Really? Is that what we're about? Because, call me old-fashioned, NARPO is about inclusivity, not exclusivity. And it's about the police family. They might have made mistakes, some of these people. Sounds like that gentleman we were talking about shouldn't be in NARPO. I don't think anybody would argue with that. But to try and force this rule means it takes it out of our hands. We've just been arguing for the last hour and a half that we might be throwing too much power that way. Well, we're throwing even more that way. Let the branches make the decision. don't assume that gross misconduct, as you know it, is what it is now. And I will give you an example. Thank you. You've obviously been quite recently retired. Gross misconduct. Telling a complainant, I know you're recording me. I don't mind. I'm here to help you. That was a sanction I got. So please don't assume gross misconduct is everything that this superintendent has done. It isn't. It's a whole spectrum of things. That's, to be honest, I've got lots of other things to say, but I'm not going to say anything else other than when David came up to speak a little bit earlier and he said, if you've done nothing wrong, you've nothing to worry about. I did nothing wrong, but I had 8 years of worry. Right, that's me done.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Dave.
you.
Thanks very much. Oh, you want to speak? Yes, sure. Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin Moore, number 5 region, Eastbourne District Secretary. I'm here to speak on ask you to support the motion. My view has always been that any organisation such as ours, particularly one that's police-based, needs to rely on its integrity. We need to ensure that our membership are beyond reproach, and therefore my view is that we need to ensure that our rules reflect that. So I ask you to support the motion.
I now ask Ahmed Ramiz to speak on behalf of the NEC.
Good afternoon, Conference. Crikey, they're right, it's bright here. Good afternoon, Conference. Ahmed Ramiz, NEC in number 5 region. I rise on behalf of the NEC. We would like to thank Dorset for their motion, which the NEC welcomes and accepts. Thank you very much.
Ahmed's trouble is he always overdoes it. Would the seconder like to speak? Would the mover like to speak? Yeah, please.
I think it just needs some clarity. This is not about historical investigations. The regulations do allow that, but this is not what this is about. This is about trying to ensure that our rules actually keep in line with legislation. I sympathise with the gentleman who endured an investigation. I was on PNC. I was on PSD for several years before I retired, and then I worked as a civilian. The government created these regulations, whether we like it or not. And I think it should be made clear to any potential applicant what is or isn't acceptable. Our rules clearly state that just now, as far as it goes. But the regulations allow forces to take action against an individual after they retire. There are certain criteria. One of the criteria is the investigation was ongoing when they were serving. It's not historical. It doesn't go back 20 or 30 years. You can't have an investigation if the individual has had to have retired since 2017, because that's when the regulations came in. Please support the motion and just make sure that our regulations are fit for purpose, they fit in with incorporation, and that they're accurate. Thank you.
Thank you, Norman. We'll move to the vote. Doors, please. Close the doors. And as usual, if you support the motion, button A. If you don't support, it's button B. And if you don't care and want to abstain, it's button C. Vote now, please. This is the exciting part of the day, isn't it? This anticipation. That is carried. Thank you. Open the door, thanks. The next motion is in the name of Birmingham branch. You can get that on the screen, please. There we are. Is that moved? Is it seconded? Yeah, thank you. Yes, Joe.
Well, Mr. President, fellow delegates, I am Joe Tilsey, Secretary of the Birmingham branch. It's already been a challenging day, and I shall not keep you for long. My branch is seeking your support in introducing an independent body, standalone and quite separate from the NEC. This would assemble when called upon to investigate and resolve any situation where a branch experiences a significant problem with an NEC decision or action. It would also include where one of our senior professional staff has an issue with an NEC member or members. Such a body would also be available to mediate if there are issues within a region which are proving difficult to resolve. Can I start by immediately acknowledging and thanking the NEC that this year they have accepted our branch motion. You might remember that last year the NEC actually rejected a very, very similar motion. So progress has been made. It's very rare for us, any significant organisation such as ours, not to have some form of independent resolution process, especially when there is no existing complaint or disciplinary system already in place. Delegates, even members of Parliament, have a privileges committee. It might not be perfect, but at least other MPs and members of staff at Parliament can make a complaint. An appeal process is now generally regarded as best practice. It is the very least that members and staff should have available to them. Today, if you make any sort of complaint to the NEC, you will be told there is no complaints process, so the complaint cannot be accepted. We think, for instance, that the recent NEC staff issue might have been resolved more positively had we had such a body as we are now proposing. My branch is not seeking to curb or restrain the decision-making responsibilities of the NEC. It does not threaten or challenge their authority. Rather, our motion is designed to enhance the NEC by ensuring fairness and justice. We anticipate the creation of a board operating with a minimum level of bureaucracy, but with maximum effectiveness to help resolve any issues which cannot be settled by normal management means. My branch are happy to provide a draft structure and initial terms of reference, but we are looking for the NEC to take ownership of this and to involve branches in developing a board which is both effective and respected by all elements of NARPO. Delegates, this is very, very much just a brief resume. I hope you've had a chance to read the explanatory note in your conference booklet. And the Birmingham branch trusts that you will all welcome the opportunity to become involved in any future consultation that emerges. Delegates, opportunities like this come around very rarely. Let's move the organisation forward today and develop an independent oversight board which will bring us in line with just about every large member organisation in the country. Delegates, thank you so much.
Thank you. Just a second, do you wish to speak or reserve the right? Reserve the right. Yes, sir, would you like to speak?
Mr. President, delegates, Peter Pickin from West Mercia. We ask you to support the Independent Oversight Panel. I believe our members expect an association to act with integrity, openness and transparency. All groups and associations should not only act properly, but be seen to do so. And it must be a fundamental principle that no one or group should be judge and jury or unaccountable. We need a degree of independence. The proposal would ensure that there is an opportunity for anyone to seek a second opinion on this matter. There should always be a right of appeal, and this motion would show our organisation will demonstrate that we meet the best principles of fairness in a way in which we operate. I urge you to support the motion.
John, you care to speak?
Thank you, Mr. President. Conference, I rise to oppose motion 5. I consider we do not need... Sorry, John Marshall, Lincolnshire. We don't need an independent oversight board as another tier of management of this organisation. Such a board as proposed would be independent of whom? NARPO, the NEC, our members. There's no mention within it as to who may be constituent to it. What and whom would be the composition of the proposed board? What powers would it have? Who would it be answerable to? The motion states that the purpose of such a board will be to address complaints or concerns of a serious nature raised by branches or NARPO staff. The National Executive Committee is comprised of NARPO colleagues elected from our branches and regions to operate within the organisation's rules. The NEC is answerable to this conference. The CEO is answerable to the chairman and NEC. NARPO staff are employees covered by employment law and internal guidance. If there's a staff disciplinary issue, NARPO are obliged to operate within existing policy and procedures. NARPO has an equal opportunities policy applicable to all staff, the NEC and our members. As members, we can access the policy from the National NARPO website. The application of this policy to employees is supported by a grievance procedure and a disciplinary procedure. These are included, of course, in the NARPO employee handbook. Of course, an individual discipline and grievance process should be kept confidential. Details are not to be made available to members of the organisation. Just like to quote from ACAS. The ACAS Code of Practice on Disciplinary and Grievance Procedures is the minimum an organisation must follow. You might have your own code or policy with some differences that better suits your organisation. Although the ACAS Code is not law, if a disciplinary case reaches an employment tribunal, judges will take into consideration whether the employer has followed the ACAS Code in a fair way. The ACAS Code mainly applies to those who are employees with employment status, but to keep good working relationships, employers should follow the same fair procedures for all workers. Of course, ACAS can advise employers and employees. I've sought advice from them in the past when I was a CEO. Explanatory note 3 to this motion makes an assumption. It says, it is acknowledged there have been recent situations in NARPO where an independent body, such as an independent oversight board, might well have been able to facilitate a more positive outcome for the membership of the organisation. Who's acknowledged this? I haven't. I don't have conversations with anybody who has acknowledged it. I'm not aware of the details of these situations that are alluded to. Perhaps they were rightly kept confidential. I said earlier, another debate, after policing, I was a CEO for over a decade, responsible for the day-to-day running of an incorporated limited company, which was a homelessness charity. The policy-making body, or oversight board, to whom I was answerable, were the directors, who were also the trustees. We had policies and procedures which I and all 12 paid staff and 35 volunteer staff were required to follow. We also had members to whom we were answerable, and they attended and voted at our AGM, as we do here. The principles are the same. Colleagues, please oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The NEC view will be put by Bob Watson. Getting the hang of this. Thank you.
Afternoon Conference, Bob Watson, Northumbria, well, you know that. Motion number 5 is the latest in 6 documents that we've had by the same author on the same subject to have come our way from over the past 30 months. Each one offering something different than the previous paper, and I'll try and condense this a little bit. Every one has been considered substantially by the NEC, but rejected every time comprehensively as being unworkable, costly, and actually against the ethos of NARPO. These proposals have suggested instituting an NEC oversight board based, we presume, on a previous ethics and morals committee. This is what it goes into. Proposal for the NEC and NARPO branch officers. That's what the proposal goes into as well. There will all be a further addition, that was 2 papers ago, for a discipline committee to deal with complaints, albeit serious complaints, against all 93,000 officers. I'll just put you right about the rules. There is already a recall system in place for elected regional members on the NEC. They're already subject to NARPO rules and discipline by the role of the president. But when you're recalled, you have a 2/3 vote to take you out of office. NEC members and branch officials are all working voluntarily on your behalf and subject to yearly and biannual elections. That is called democracy. We are also asked to employ independent member to head up the discipline committee, to lead and adjudicate on our morals, and an additional private investigator appointed to delve into presumed wrongdoing. Retainer fees are expensive. Perhaps we can now have a proposal asking for a slightly independent chair. It might be cheaper for the organisation. There is an idea that all meetings after training would be held on Microsoft Teams, regarding whether or not the miscreant or supposed miscreant has such facilities. We also have the suggestion that all members should be subject to the 7 principles in public life of Nolan Committee. This is at a time when Parliament's declared these principles unfit for use, and they're working on a new section now. I just want a point of information. We are all pensioners. We're not in the public view anymore. We did at one time elect members onto a discipline committee for NARPO, which was neither wanted, needed, or indeed used. And it was abandoned after a few years, just a few years ago, when branches complained it was reducing their independence. It will be expensive, require additional training and updates, particularly with regard to independent officials. It is one of the biggest strengths of NARPO that in all 105 branches we are free of centralisation and intrusion. One of the major roles for the NEC is to protect this ethos of independence. There would have to be a serious budget, first for training, then for travelling. But of course it's a conference decision. Ask yourselves, do you really want to be subjected to investigations like this? It's just like a star chamber. Google that, it's interesting. I oppose the motion on behalf of the National Executive, and I hope you will too as well, Conference.
Thank you. Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Conference. Eric Smith, Vice Chair, London. Can I just pick up on something my colleague from Lincolnshire said a minute ago, whereby all members get the chance to vote on these things? It's only the delegates that get a chance to vote. I said this morning. I sat next to Joe in Birmingham at the Incorporation Seminar, and one of the questions I asked, which wasn't really answered, surprisingly, was, are all the minutes of the NEC meetings recorded audibly, not written? The answer was no. When incorporation takes place, I'm led to believe that any meetings that are held in relation to NARPO will have to be recorded audibly. Until such times as that takes place, I believe that the motion that Birmingham have brought needs to be voted through. So, Conference, please support the motion.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak? Thank you.
Conference, Mr. President. Bob Faulkner, Chair of Birmingham Branch and also number 3 region. We've agreed on incorporation this morning. So why do we need an oversight board? The Companies Act certainly doesn't ask for that. But you've heard from some of the conversation today that nobody else in a big organisation has not got this sort of system. And the argument has got to be, why doesn't NARPO need that sort of situation? I am the one who actually received a letter from the President and the CEO when I raised a complaint last year, in fact, about this, us being here now, for this motion. And the reply to my complaint was, we have no system to record a complaint. So how are we to actually do that then? How can we make a complaint about something as simple as, why wasn't our motion agreed? Because as far as we were concerned, everything was in place for it to be heard. And effectively, it was, because we're here now. So the system does need to have an oversight board so that you, as members of this organisation, can actually put it forward to somebody. Because at the moment, the NEC is judge and jury. And I've been in this position before where something happens, you make the complaint, the same people that did something to you, whatever that may be, are the people that receive that complaint. So what are they likely to do? Exactly. They're not going to go against themselves, are they? So you need somebody to be able to refer this to so that they can look into it. We're not wanting to have some expensive system. It doesn't have to be an expensive system. So please support the motion.
Actually, we're winding up, so I won't take any more speakers, I'm afraid. So does the mover wish to speak? No. Then I'm afraid I do go to the vote. So again, the doors, usual procedure, we know it by now, ABC. Thank you. Oh, that is lost. Thank you. So we move on to motion 6, last motion today, in the name of Warwickshire. Is the motion moved, please? Is it seconded? Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, delegates, Mark Jones, Chair for Warwickshire branch. We've had a very busy day and a long day, and there's still some business to do, so I shall endeavour to be extremely brief. I hope you've had a chance to have a look at our motion, which you will see refers back to Conference 2021. At that event, we were asked to support a policy to approve and pursue the relocation of national headquarters at Wakefield. I think it was generally felt, and certainly my branch felt, that there was no proper consultation prior to that. We couldn't see evidence of a sound or detailed business case, and we felt certainly that there should have been those things before any undertaking of so major an event for any organisation should have taken place. The fact that the NEC motion was defeated, and I would suggest those present or who are viewing it would remember that it was quite a overwhelming decision by conference, meant that we were back to the drawing board. Quite simply, our motion seeks to ensure that if and when the time is right, on some future occasion that this needs to be considered, then the evidence reasons for doing so should be based on a costed, dare I use this phrase, business-based and preferably project-led process, and that the process should properly take into account the views of the staff, most certainly the views of branches, including issues like the type of premises, the location and the future requirements of the membership and the organisation. You will also see that the motion provides the facility for the NEC to act if it is necessary on a forced basis, for example, by some case of urgency, some unforeseen circumstances, which makes it a necessity. But there's still, under those circumstances, still needs to be a costed business case shared with branches in advance with the agreement of 2/3 of branches, i.e. the same sort of voting procedures that we've been having for many years before we proceed, and that of course then avoids the need to await a next or subsequent conference. We're grateful on this occasion that the NEC apparently are now supporting this motion. This time, we might not have had the chance last year, unfortunately, because I think there was some opposition to it, but we're grateful that they are now supporting it, so we understand. We believe that this is a very important and essential change to our existing rules and the subsequent new rules that will now come into place, and I would ask you, Conference, to support the vote to support the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Does the seconder wish to speak or reserve the right? Thank you. At this stage, I'm going to ask the NEC, as it's been mentioned, the NEC member to put our view. Thank you.
Mr Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, Dickie Bird, Colchester, North East Essex and 5 Region NEC. The NEC do support the motion. We thank Warwickshire for bringing it forward because it basically gives us the flexibility to do what is the right thing to be done when the time is right. I'll do, as Ahmed Ramiz said, I don't say a lot. Please support the motion. Thank you.
No? Do you wish to speak? No? Okay, thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak? The mover? Happy? Sorry, no? That's better. In that case, we move to the vote. Again, please, the doors. Thank you. You know how to vote. This is probably your last time. Go on. A, B or C? We carried. It's a close thing, but it's carried. All right. It's now, the next item is presentation of the financial report, and I'm very pleased to welcome our accountant and Richard Atkinson of Parsons Accountants. The financial reports that he will be referring to for the years will appear at pages 39 to 43 of your agenda. Thank you. Alan. Okay. That's not Richard, that's Alan.
Yes, I was Alan at the beginning of the meeting. Yes, good afternoon, Conference. Thank you, President. Yes, I'm going to talk about the annual report, but first and foremost, introduce my colleague here on the left is Richard Atkinson from Parsons, who's the financial controller who can answer any finance questions that you may wish to pose. Firstly, it is my first conference as CEO. Last time was the acting CEO. And in the last one, there were many changes that the President has highlighted and also delegates at conference today. Many changes in the office, and a nice segue in then from Warwickshire for branch, because there have been a lot of work and development at NARPO headquarters, fully refurbished, all fully specced up, and the staff are delighted that the NEC and for conference to make that decision. They feel safe and secure in their new working environment. And also I'd like to pay tribute to the staff at headquarters. You've seen their pictures on the slides earlier, and the amount of work that they do, you know, within work and also above and beyond to support not only the NEC branches and importantly, as mentioned, our members. I'm also going to specifically thank Angela and Sophie, I know they're sat at the back and they're highlighted earlier on, for pulling together the annual report, which have been sent, and as well their continuing work to support the association. Indeed, Angela has been working for NARPO for just over 20 years, which, if you were in the police, would have attracted a medal of long service and good conduct. So congratulations, Angela. She'll get me back later for that, but there we go. In the report, there is financial information agreed by the NEC and contained for your information. And I say Richard Atkinson here is here to answer any queries or questions in relation to finance. So as with the last conference when I stood before you, I will leave it open to the floor for anybody to have any questions they may have on the annual report. I take that as none. Okay, thank you very much, Conference. I shall now hand over to Richard Hold on.
Jane Stevens, Treasurer, Norfolk Branch.
It's not deliberate.
Yes, I've just got a couple of questions with regard to the budgets for 2023 and 2024. I see that expecting a deficit of 252,000 for 2023 and 284,000 for 2024. Having looked at the expenditure, it seems that staff costs are expected to increase by 115,000 between 2022 and 2023, and again an additional 30,000 for 2024. We heard earlier that we've got 7 staff, of which some are not all full-time, but the increase for those 7 staff goes up to 382,000. Perhaps you explain why the increase in what amounts to 145,000 over 2 years. I'll let you answer that one first.
No, it's a very good question. I think just talking about budgets in general, we set them perhaps 18 months in advance of the actual costs being incurred. And I think whilst we have had a reduction in staff as opposed to what we are when we're a full complement, we've been without a deputy CEO for quite some time. That's something that's going to impact on the costings. And the staff costings are also they're effectively index linked. So when we come to set the budgets. So we use the base of 2022 when there was a full complement of staff, and that has been rolled forward with certain inflationary index-linked increases, and that's contributed to the increase in the budget that we've seen in the numbers that's been presented. But what will happen is that as time goes on, then the recruitment may or may not happen as we predicted at that time. So I think when the budgets were set initially, the person who, for example, was in my position would have been an employee. So you've got a higher base that's then been rolled forward. So in reality, what is likely to happen is we will be under budget for staff costs when it comes to reporting back against the budgeted figures, and then we will readjust those budgets in time when we assess the overall situation as to how many staff we've actually got against how many staff we put in the budget. So that's a bit of a mumbo-jumbo answer, I appreciate. There's a lot to follow there, but that's essentially, we've got a disparity between the time at which we set the budgets and the information that we're working with against the reality of the situation, and there's a couple of factors in there that have created that difference.
So you don't expect the deficit to be as high as 284,000 for 2024?
I'm hopeful that it won't be, but as in life, there are no guarantees. When we look back at the position we were in and what we've reported back on to date, I don't think anybody could have predicted the impact of the widow's pension case, for example, and the associated costs that came along with that. And I think over the remainder of this financial year and the following financial year, things will come out of the woodwork. We will spend money where we didn't anticipate that we would have spent money, and vice versa. There will be savings. And one area that's a positive that we perhaps didn't anticipate in prior periods was that NARPO as an organisation has significant financial assets, and we are earning good rates of interest on and returns on some of those financial assets. That will hopefully address some of the shortfall that we see in the budget. So yes, it is easy to look at a budget and think, oh crikey, that looks disastrous, but NARPO is an organisation that exists for the support of its members. It's not a business in the traditional sense where we look at a budget and think, well, what are we going to do about that to address that shortfall? So, if we were a commercial business, we'd look at a deficit and we'd say, let's cut services, let's cut staff, do everything we possibly can to get back on an even keel. At NARPO, it's all about supporting the members, maintaining the level of commitment that we have as an organisation to our members and riding through the short-term shocks. And I think the question was, will we see a better than anticipated result against those predicted net losses? I'm hopeful that we will because of the circumstances in which we find ourselves, but never say never. There will be instances where we have spend that comes out the woodwork because we want to support particular projects and because we want to support our members. So if we do come in on budget, then I think with the core level of assets that NARPO has, that's not something that's going to prove to be a short-term problem, to be anything other than a short-term problem. I think NARPO is well set. It's existed for over 90 years. It's well set for decades to come as well.
And just continuing on that, in this section, communications and advertising, 2022 actual expenditure was 444,000 and projected for 2024 is 547, gain an increase of 100,000 on its own communications and advertising. And why is that likely?
I think what we've seen in the last few months is a huge increase in the cost of print materials, in particular paper, and general printing costs have escalated rapidly. We are an organisation that one of the core benefits is the production of a magazine that goes to all members. It's a print-based magazine, and the anticipated cost rise is really based around what we've seen in terms of the increases that we've had coming through from our suppliers. We have looked across the market to secure the best possible deals, but it's just the reality of the world we're in at the moment that those type of costs have increased dramatically.
Right. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? If not, have you anything further you would like to inform us about?
No, I think that exchange, with regards to the budgets and what direction NARPO is taking, it's my view as a chartered accountant that NARPO is an organisation that's very well managed. It's run efficiently. We've all talked about the discrepancy between membership income and the overall cost base that NARPO has. We try as an organisation to make up those deficits through our commercial activities. Sometimes we fall short, and other times there are unexpected windfalls that contribute to a more stable financial position. As I said before, I think NARPO is well set. I think the structure of the organisation is such that there is continual review, although I acknowledge there has been debate today about how that review is conducted and discussed, but it is an organisation that is, to my experience, unique in that it's not an organisation that's run for the profit of its members. It's run for the benefit of the members, who are the individual retirees that contribute to the membership and the subscription income that we see. And the asset base is such that we can continue to support the projects that we choose to support. We can continue to support the branches, and the structure is there for that to carry on for many years to come. If it transpires that the assets do start to dwindle to a point that is of concern to the NEC, then we have the ability to look at things differently, but I don't think now is that time. I think we are comfortable with the way that members are being supported, albeit with all the day-to-day difficulties that occur within the individual branches, and I think there is such a level of commitment. It's run by volunteers. The level of paid staff is relatively low for an organisation of this size, and long may it continue.
There is one more question. Would you like to come and ask your question? Thank you.
Suzanne McGuinness, Region 8 Metropolitan. It's just a very, very quick question. It was in relation, when you mentioned about the printing costs, etc., and you referred specifically to the magazine, and this may be a very quick answer to it. I personally would be quite happy with just the digital version, but I get the one sent through to me every time. Is there not the option to actually have that facility where you can reduce costs that way by producing just a digital issue to people that just want a digital one?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent suggestion, and it certainly is an option, and I think it's probably a question for a body greater than just myself. But
I'll come in on that one, because the NARPO news obviously is printed, and I know a lot of people go for digital versions, and there is a digital option on the website. I know Sophie has considered all this, but the overwhelming feeling amongst our membership is they like the physical magazine for the 4 times a year. And also, it's a very important revenue earner, because with inside the magazines and advertising opportunities, leaflets, etc., I know some may not read it, but there are commercial opportunities within there to raise revenue. So the swings and roundabouts about the cost of digital versus actually receiving something physical through the post and something you can actually hold on to and to read.
I understand that, but I actually get both, and I don't want both. But I haven't got the option to say, please don't give me the magazine, because I'm conscious of the costing. So I think you should have that facility for me to be able to say, don't. But I was going to say, is there? I don't know, because that's what I've said. I've selected it, but I don't get it.
Yeah, okay. Sandra? Come over here. Yeah, they have to do the number.
To the microphone.
Sandra Evans, Branch Secretary, Gwent. There is a facility on every member record where, if you do not want a paper magazine, you can say to your branch secretary, I will view the digital version online on the NARPO website. They can go into your member record and check the box for the magazine, and you will not receive it anymore. It's as simple as that.
Right over there.
Carolyn Harvey, North Sussex Branch Secretary. New, don't know much. But the one thing I can say, and this is just for information, I'm a member of the British Sugarcraft Guild, and we've looked at this, and they will cost you more if you are doing a separate digital item as opposed to just doing a magazine. So it's something else to be aware of, that there could be additional costs.
I think that's it. Yeah.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much, Richard, for coming this way and giving us a report and answering questions. We're doing quite well with time at last now. We're caught up. So the next presentation is an update by David Halliwell. He's Senior Counsel at our Parliamentary Advisors Connect. We use Connect, they advise us, but they also advise Later Life Ambitions and all the members of Later Life Ambitions. There is a report of them on pages 34 and 35. But now, as David is here, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, conference. It's really good to be here. Just wanted to kind of quickly say I'm conscious I'm the last speaker. So I will do like the... take my lead from the statue of Morecambe and Wise downstairs and skip through my presentation. And if anyone's got any any questions, I'll try and take those at the end too. As I say, yeah, brilliant to be here. So this is just a little bit about Connect. We're a communications agency. We've had a long-standing relationship with NARPO, taking all the objectives and priorities and policies that are decided here at conference into the corridors of power in Westminster. I think what really struck me last night at dinner was the comments from David Wilbraham, who said he spoke about the way that the media portrays the police, the way that the politicians perceive the police, and also the public as well. And I think what he did say was, you know, we need to shout louder. I totally agree. But it's about kind of targeted engagement. It's about stakeholder relations. It's about shouting loud, but at the right people, at the right times. So I think, you know, we've done a tremendous amount of work over the last year or so. Brilliant to get meetings in with the former policing minister, Kit Malthouse, 2 meetings in with the Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, which will be fantastic to kind of build that relationship as the polls look very much like a future Labour government coming in the next little while or so. Was that a boo? I'm not sure. No. No, but it's a real opportunity for us to kind of get into those conversations early, to talk to Yvette Cooper, to talk to, you know, all the kind of people who can make decisions. Has anyone heard of Alex Norris? No? Show of hands. He's a new shadow policing minister as of Monday. So, I mean, you write these presentations and you kind of have a cabinet reshuffle in advance. So, yeah, not much really to kind of reflect on in terms of policing with Alex. We know him. He's the MP for Nottingham North. He's a character who's new into Parliament, and he's also kind of been the shadow levelling up secretary. So, but not really a great deal to speak about in terms of policing, which presents a great opportunity because, you know, as we kind of build up to the election, as we build up to that engagement that we want to kind of do and take your objectives and policies to the new government, as if that is what turns out, Alex Norris is going to be someone that we're all going to know next year, probably. So that's something we've got to build on. So a lot of the kind of policies that we've been taking forward, a lot of the work we've been doing, there's a great section in the report here around campaigning, which kind of covers it in a lot more detail. But the police covenant has been a work in progress. We feed into that with the government. We're trying to influence that and trying to get onto the oversight board. For some reason, NARPO isn't on the oversight board, which was kind of puzzling to me because of all the great experience. Again, something that David Wilbraham talked about yesterday. You've got all the experience in the room, all the service, all the stuff that, you know, government should be really drawing on in terms of what NARPO can do, but also what you guys decide as well. And so not being on that kind of oversight board is something that we're lobbying to change. And as I say, we've got my colleague, Harry Methley, who is former special advisor to the former Home Secretary, Priti Patel. So he's in all the channels, he talks to all the right people. We're working hard on that, so that's something that we're progressing. And it's really important, I think, for NARPO to be influencing the police covenant, because it speaks to a lot of the values and a lot of the things that really matter to you. So mental health provision, stuff around pensions, widows' pensions, etc. And you know, all the issues that, you know, you've discussed today, but you'll be discussing in your branches. It's really important that, you know, that's reflected in government policy. And for me, the police covenant is something that is a great idea. It's been something that I think is really important, but it really needs to have the voice of NARPO on it. So we keep lobbying for that, and we keep kind of pushing for that. Yeah, I think The key really as well, just to think about the kind of political context in terms of the manifestos, all the manifestos are being written as we speak. A bit different in Labour, they go through real process of the trade unions and others, but the party conference is coming up next month. We really are in a position where we can feed in the great kind of stuff that NARPO is doing, and we really, really want to hear from you. All the things that can bring it to life. I mean, we can go in, we've got the expertise and skills and experience and knowledge, contacts and networks in Westminster, but, you know, we can't do that without knowing the authentic voice of what NARPO brings. So we're always open to kind of communications, and we're here to kind of help kind of get those in there. So there's a little bit of connect in there. So yeah, so this is what we've done for NARPO and what we kind of do going forward. Again, ensure your voice is heard. In terms of media, I didn't really touch on media. There's a big campaign by the Daily Express at the moment, but lots of other newspapers kind of picking up on this kind of on the issues that we're talking about. And the media, you know, it's important to try and manage the message and kind of, you know, promote kind of positive messaging. We know that the media want to cover negative stuff. That's what makes news stories. But I think those relationships, again, my colleague James Miller at Connect, former journalist, 20 years in the parliamentary lobby, he's in there having those conversations with journalists and planting stories. So you may well see a story in the Sunday Express this week, which kind of speaks to that, and not just like proactive stuff where we're going to the papers, but more the papers now know that if they want to comment on these issues, they come to Connect, they come to NARPO, and we can kind of give them that comment. So yeah, really positive. And that work kind of goes on, you know, all year round, basically. And, you know, sometimes we'll have lots of media, and then sometimes it won't be quite so much. That's when the proactive stuff comes in. But yeah, very much kind of working with the team here, working with Alan, and, you know, getting stuff into the media, but also kind of using those the things that influence politicians. Yeah, we know that the media does that. And yeah, the kind of providing guidance and analysis, you know, where there's issues that come up that will affect NARPO and affect you as members, we pick up that intelligence early before it kind of gets released, and we all kind of communicate that through to colleagues and get that back to you. So it's kind of a monitoring service, but it's being in and around Westminster, but also being in and around, you know, the other the regional mayors, areas where we can kind of pick up on policies. And again, with the regional mayors, they'll be going to for election in May. So again, it's useful to kind of pick up on where the regions are with certain aspects towards campaigning. So I just want to come on to later life ambitions, which is a collaboration between NARPO, the NFOP and CSPA. Some of you will know a bit of the work that's been going on with that. Really, you know, positive. It's a collaboration that brings a lot of members together, a lot of pensioners, and it's a real kind of positive force for good. I think it's impossible to ignore the number of members, the sheer weight of the kind of the membership is really crucial. And at the moment, so we're launching our collective pensioners manifesto in Westminster in November, and that's been drawn together through, you know, getting kind of voices through, hearing what the challenges are, hearing what people want, working with Age UK and others, but really kind of getting a manifesto that I think is really strong, and it's something that will go to parliamentarians whenever the next general election is going to be. I wouldn't like to necessarily put money on it, maybe autumn 2024. But we're kind of building up to that process. We're able to put that manifesto in place and say this is what we need, and we can lobby on that basis, and it kind of gives us a real strong area for kind of building that kind of influence across the piece, and we do that in collaboration with CSPA and NFOP. In the manifesto, we very much talk about the statutory support, so campaigning for a commissioner for older people, which is already in place in Scotland, and we want that to kind of become nationwide, but certainly in England as well. It'd be a really good thing, and it's important that there is a strong advocate and a strong place for decision making. You know, a point of contact, someone in government who's making the case for older people and ageing and the policies that make an impact on pensioners. social care, so campaigning for a national care service. Digital exclusion, some of the things we've spoke about just now. How do we combat that? How do we work around with banking? You know, all these issues that are really pertinent and current, we're kind of campaigning on and kind of getting all into one place in the manifesto. Again, stuff around the state pension and kind of triple lock, all these things that, you know, we've kind of touched on already. Housing, accessible housing and affordable housing. And in a previous life, I used to work for Habinteg, who are a housing association that kind of campaign on accessible housing and lifetime homes. And these very simple, you know, policies to kind of make housing and adapt housing make such a difference. So that's one of the things that kind of dear to my heart and something that I think we can kind of really make an impact on in the housing sphere. And also transport as well. So talking about concessions and accessibility of those things. But as I say, we want to hear your experiences. We want to hear you loud and clear. I mean, today's been fascinating to me, and you know, being at the dinner last night, hearing your views and kind of getting a kind of sense of what matters to you. And I suppose, you know, we want to hear about that more. So yeah, please do get in touch, and I'll stop there. And if anyone's got any questions, I'm happy to take them. Hi. Sure. Thank you.
Alan Bartholomew, Gloucestershire Chair of NARPO. Just one thing you haven't mentioned, which might be an opportunity in terms of putting pressure onto political parties, is to revisit the widows' pension issue.
Yeah.
Because if we can get commitment from one of the parties going into the election, then that will automatically put pressure onto the other parties to also commit to that. Because I think it's important that that doesn't fall off the agenda, and your ability to put political pressure on will be one of the key things in doing that. You could also, in part, link that into the police covenant. Because that very much directly does affect people, and it does affect widows. And I think it's very important that this conference supports that principle and gets you to put it back onto the political agenda. Thank you.
Yeah. Shall I just pick up on that? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, totally agree. I mean, connected an awful lot of work around the Widows Pension campaign. Yeah, it's very much on the agenda. It was maybe an omission from me, but yeah, it's in the campaigning page in the report. And totally agree. Yeah, those are the things that we should be kind of holding government to account on, and future governments. Yeah, it's important that, as I say, you know, politically speaking, at the moment, you know, we are in a position where last year this would have been a very different speech. I mean, we had 3 prime ministers last year, and you know, we've got a degree of stability, and then we're about to go into a general election. So, you know, the way that political parties behave now is kind of gearing up for that election. You've had that reshuffle from Labour last week, which is very much setting out the programme and the plan and the team for kind of campaigning to get into government next time. So, yeah, big opportunities, and as you say, that's a key issue. So, yeah, totally agree.
Afternoon conference, Jeff Mapps, Chair of Gwent. Really interesting presentation. Thanks very much for sharing that with us. I just wanted to make sure that we're not being missed out in Wales. There was little talk about Welsh Government and the Senedd.
Yeah.
As you know, health, social care, transport, housing are all devolved in Wales, and we probably learnt the hard way on some of that for colleagues from England through the COVID crisis. I'm interested to know what engagement you're having at that level. It's important. I'm assuming it's a typo in the report there, because we've got an older commissioner, a commissioner for older people
you have, in Wales, yeah, sure.
Since 2008. So there's clearly some lessons to be learned by the UK government on that. And I'd be interested to know what more can be done in Wales to push this agenda for us.
Absolutely, and I should apologise to everyone from Wales. My dad actually lives in Newport, so I know full well a lot of the issues that are challenging Wales. And if I didn't mention it, that is my English bias. So I apologise for that. But no, in Wales, certainly a lot of these issues are devolved, and you're absolutely right to say that we take the lead from Wales on a member for older people. My colleague, you worked in the Senedd for a long time, and she's she takes the lead on a lot of our Welsh work. And yeah, we are engaging in the Welsh, in the Senedd. And I think, you know, we've got real, yeah, you're absolutely right. I think, you know, not to compare the two things, but, you know, it's important that we do really, you know, work on that regional basis in Wales. And we also look at the English regions as well, where they've got, you know, metro mayors and others. You know, it's a kind of whole picture. It's a whole picture approach, and I think, yeah, we would definitely urge the government to learn from Wales. And I think when we talk about prospective Labour government, when they're building their programme, they're looking at Wales, where they've had power for some time. They're looking at, you know, the English regions where they've had power for some time. You know, they're looking potentially at some stuff that's happening in Scotland too, just to kind of bring that forward to a national level. So, yeah, absolutely, it's definitely on our list of things to do. And I think you're right; those issues are devolved. So, yeah, it requires a slightly different, like a more nuanced approach potentially sometimes with the kind of national government and versus kind of versus Wales. But yeah, no, working on that. That's a good point. Thank you. Anyone else?
Right.
Okay.
Well, if no more questions, thank you, David. Thank you for that update of Connect. Just to reinforce what he said, Alan and I had a meeting a couple of months ago with Yvette Cooper, who is currently Shadow Home Secretary. We're very well received. She's very, very well informed and very supportive. If Labour get in or not, she may or may not be the Home Secretary, but she is an influential member, and we were very, very well received, weren't we? She gave us her time. So with that, we move on towards the end. The first thing is to note the elected reserves to the NEC. They are listed in your programme on page 27. I have 3 amendments. Learnt today, number 2, North East Region. Graham Cassidy, Doncaster, has indicated he now wishes to stand down from that position. The Midlands, number 3 Region. Steve Groves from Warwickshire is now the elected reserve to 2025, whereas Susan Snape, Wolverhampton, is the elected reserve to 2024. With those amendments, the elected reserves are as printed. Sorry?
There's an error, Mr. President, in relation to counting for Chris Morgan.
With what, sorry?
An error.
Yes.
Wrong way round. Nathan, Lincolnshire and Cambridgeshire, wrong way round.
Oh, I see, yeah. So we'll move them back to the right branches, shall we? Very good, thank you for that. For those who didn't hear, number 4 Region, Chris Morgan is not in Cambridgeshire, is in Lincolnshire, whereas Martin Gregory is in fact in Cambridgeshire. And I'm sure they're very relieved now to know that. I've been informed of no other urgent business, and we move towards closure of conference. I've also received no indication of members' last conference, but I do have 1 or 2 goodies. Oh, here, oh, hello. Have you got a list? You don't have to, no. It's all right. Yeah, so Pat Davis, you should come and see me probably at the end of the meeting. There is a prize for you from Wendy Wu Tours. It appears to be water. Oh, no, it's my sort of water. It's gin. So if you'll come and see that at the end, and oh, thank you, you hid it. We also have from Accord Legal Services, Robert Thompson, Nottingham. You're going to have a good night tonight. If you come and see me at the end, there's a bottle of Lanson champagne. If you don't want it, just leave it. We'll consume that. Right. At this point, I'd like to thank the scrutineers, although they weren't actually required, they were available. And very much thank to the stewards from Blackpool for their sterling work standing by the doors all day. Thank you. I should also point out that after nearly 20 years, Julian Dearden, as chairman of the scrutineers, is standing down from that post. He still wishes to stay as a scrutineer if he is elected by his region. But thank you for all you've done for 20 years. And for much of that time, it was done with the old clickers individually counting and adding up. So thank you, Julian. Thanks also to Kate. Yeah. Have we met? To Kate, Angela, and Sophie, who've put together all the arrangements and everything that's gone leading up to today. Thank you very much. Without them, the conference wouldn't have gone as smoothly as it has. So thank you. And I also think Glasgow's is the company who've done all the sound today, done all the sets, done all the layout. You've done a fantastic job for us, and it's gone without a hitch. Thank you so much. The staff and management of the Blackpool Conference Centre and Winter Gardens, again for providing the facilities and the meal last night. And of course, to you, the delegates, friends, observers, for your good nature, your good conduct, which has made us, as an organisation, anybody looking in, extremely professional and a really good body representing our members. So I thank you for that. That is really important. So coming to the end now, those who are attending the supper tonight in the Spanish ballroom, the entrance tonight will not be this part of the building. It will be in Church Street, which is the main entrance where you probably went out at lunchtime. So the entrance is in there. As you come in that entrance, it's more or less, I think it's about the first opening on the right. It's a typical British pub like none I've ever seen. But just as you go into it, there's some steps on the right-hand side, and that will take you to the Spanish ballroom. Angela has asked me to reinforce that if you don't have your ticket, you won't get in. Hey, so bring your ticket. And there is another amendment to the annual report. It says that next year's conference is on the 7th of September. It's a leap year, so next year's conference is on the 6th of September. But I'm sure you'll work that one out. So to everybody, whether you're staying tonight or whether you're moving, going home straight after conference, thank you again. Have a very safe journey, a very pleasant year, and we'll see you again next year. Is there somebody there itching to speak? Well, just a minute. Yes. Yeah. Oh, somebody, I think it's another prize. Don't rush out. You want to, all right, just say very quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm from Ireland. I'm from the Garda Síochána Retired Members Association in Ireland. I'm representing the president of the Garda Síochána Retired Members Association. It's a great honour to be at your conference, my first time here, and I'm making a presentation, a small little gift from Ireland, from Cork, to your president. So I'd like to say this is a little gift from Ireland.
Oh, right. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Oh, right. Thank you. I'll see you in a moment. And that's really good news for Robert Thompson, because we won't need yours now. And with that, conference adjourns to resume in Torquay on Friday, the 6th of September, 2024. Let's hope we see you all. Thank you all.